Chapter 361. 3. Evil Spirit. The initial discovery of the evil spirit originated from the mountain manor visited by Zhang Ying. The most distinctive feature of this level of spirit disaster is the spiritual domain. An evil spirit can twist reality with spiritual fluctuations, creating a special and mysterious space. It drags living beings from the outside into it. Within the spiritual domain, one might encounter rules of murder far surpassing the number of evil spirits, with danger and traps at every turn. A moment of carelessness can lead to instant death. And to exit the spiritual domain, one must satisfy certain hidden rules. Otherwise, one would sink within it forever, until killed by the rules of murder. This summary of the 3 types is what I've compiled from all the surrounding case data. I hope everyone takes it seriously. Yu Hong said, "Another thing I must remind everyone of is the highly explosive nature of the spirit disaster's rules. This means that even the lowest level ghost body, once its conditions for the rules of murder are met, can unleash a terrifying force far beyond its normal state in an attempt to strangle you. In other words, once you trigger the rules of murder, you're likely doomed." Temple Master, I remember. The ancient books also mentioned that there should be another layer of spirit disaster, the demon spirit, which can twist reality on a large scale and create massive spiritual domains. Zhang Ying, who had just come in from the back, said solemnly, "If we encounter this level of creature, covering the areas we live in and dragging everyone into the spiritual domain, what should we do then?" Fear not. I've also considered this possibility, hence, to deal with this potential danger, I've decided. Yu Hong looked around at everyone and paused. To convene the first ever Spirit Light Conference in Taizhou City. At this statement, a look of hope immediately appeared on the faces of those who guessed what the Spirit Light Conference meant. Right, if we could merge with the Spirit Light again, everyone would gain stronger protection. Even with the turmoil of a spirit disaster, our group here could hold our ground. Chang Shu perked up and nodded. Besides this, we need to fight for more support from the Taoist sect. The stronger the force against spirit disasters, the better. We also need to find a way to communicate with the 7 Evil Alliance. We can't let them continue causing trouble like this.
Yu Hong sighed.
We've already contacted the Heavenly Master Mansion. After spending a considerable sum, we finally reached 2 servants of left Heavenly Master. As you, Zhang Ying, instructed, we delivered a letter of persuasion. But now, it's been 2 days without any news. I suspect there is too much information being sent, and the Heavenly Master hasn't taken notice. Yumo shook her head. What about the 7 Evil Alliance? Yu Hong looked toward the door. For a moment, no one knew who he was asking. But soon, a blurry figure suddenly appeared at the door of the room, startling everyone. So many experts in Taoist skills, yet not one had detected the approach of this person. This was simply, if this person had malicious intentions, it's feared that in just that instant, he could have wiped out the entire high level of Qingchen Temple. Yu Hen and the others, thinking of this, felt a chill sweat on their backs. But soon they recognized the person. It was the mysterious expert, Mr. Qing, who had come in time to support them last time and rescued them from the spiritual domain. Alliance Hierarch. I'm sorry, I tried to persuade them, but Qing Huang still wore his mask, looking helplessly towards Yu Hong, bowing his head. What is the 7 Evils' opinion? Yu Hong asked. I didn't see everyone. In the short term, I only found 3 and tried to persuade them, but no one cared. Then I went to find the Vice Alliance Hierarch and left a message outside his retreat, but got no response. Qing Huang shook his head. I believe, instead of seeking approval from the 7 Evil Alliance, it's better to first rally the medium and small magician groups. These groups are naturally receptive to spirit light secret skills and progress quickly in cultivation. They are also the largest group directly affected by the spirit disasters. The forces previously destroyed by the spirit disasters were also mostly medium and small groups. That's a good suggestion. Yu Hong nodded. Yasong has a broad territory with many magicians. Excluding the 9 sects, how many are worth rallying? Do you have a plan? I've prepared some, and already have a rough plan. Qing Huang nodded. having now eliminated several of his old enemies. His status within the Seven Evil Alliance had risen. Tasting the spoils, he now couldn't wait for the spirit light to get stronger. Thus, he was the most active in promoting this cause. As for whether he believed the source disaster would end the world, that is a matter of perspective. In any case, this excuse would allow him to use the spirit light secret skill to absorb all medium and small magician groups. Even if danger arose, Yu Hong would be in front, so he wasn't the least bit worried. But such a grand action will surely attract the attention of the Taoist sect and the Seven Evil Alliance. With our current strength, Yu Hen couldn't help but voice his doubts. As long as we can find enough experts and gather strong enough forces, I'll handle that, Yu Hong said. In critical times, whoever tries to stop him would become his enemy. Whether the Taoist sect or the Seven Evil Alliance, he wouldn't mind truly employing his full strength in a clash when the time came. Up until now, since arriving in this world, he had never fully unleashed his power in battle. One reason was a lack of necessity. The second was the absence of a worthy opponent. The destructiveness he could cause at full strength was just too great. When he fought against the Black Giant, in just over 10 minutes, nearly half of a small city was almost destroyed. Not to mention now that his power has grown even stronger. We trust in that. With the enhancement of spirit light, the strength of our alliance hierarch definitely far exceeds our imagination. Qing Huang nodded. But if the alliance hierarch is detained and trouble arises elsewhere, how should we deal with it? After all, whether it's the Taoist sect, the Seven Evil Alliance, or the spirit disasters, none of them are in a one-on-one duel. So, do you have any suggestions? Yu Hong, organizing such a vast force for the first time and with little experience, took the initiative to seek advice. My suggestion is, first, we must appoint 1 to 3 vice alliance hierarchs to handle various situations when the alliance hierarch is unavailable. Choosing 1 or 3 individuals will facilitate unifying the decision-making power at critical moments. Either a sole decision-maker or a vote among 3 would be feasible. Qing Huang clearly had his proposals prepared in advance and responded swiftly. Next, we should establish a tiered system. Within the Mutual Aid Alliance, the high-level expert strengths are not clearly distinguished. We must establish specific boundaries to differentiate the experts from ordinary skilled individuals and common magicians, to prevent the misallocation of sending common magicians to deal with high-risk spirit disasters. It is crucial to match strong hands against high risks to prevent ineffective damage. This makes sense, nodded Yu Hong. But while your suggestions are good, we still have too few masters within the Mutual Aid Alliance. This requires recruiting more powerful magicians to join, said Qing Huang earnestly. Do you have targets in mind? Yu Hong's eyes lit up. I have this list. Qing Huang skillfully pulled out a document from his sleeve and handed it over. He couldn't see through Yu Hong, but now, having noticed the rapid increase in the strength of spirit light, he had clearly placed all his bets on the side of the Mutual Aid Alliance. Yu Hong took it and casually flipped through it. The document clearly listed all the magician experts deemed worthy by Qing Huang from 5 different factions: Taoist sect, Buddhist sect, Seven Evil Alliance, officials, and civilians. The experts I've listed here are of the same caliber as me, even stronger than what I was before. They are few in number, but each is exceedingly powerful. With the current boost from spirit light, they would undoubtedly have significant effectiveness in actual combat. Qing Huang asserted earnestly. I have another suggestion, suddenly interjected Yushan, an old Taoist who had just arrived. Since your spirit light secret skills are so potent, there will inevitably be those who master the secret technique but aren't willing to rush to the front lines to combat spirit disasters once it is widely dispersed. How will you handle this situation? You must realize that if such individuals become numerous, it will definitely dampen the morale of the front lines, as no one wants to fight to the death, while others safely reap the benefits without risks. That's an excellent question. Qing Huang clapped his hands and laughed. I too had concerns in this area. Even if the alliance hierarch can threaten to withdraw spirit light to compel such people to act, in reality, it isn't very effective. Their complacency might even lead to more dangerous crises. Yu Hong nodded and began to reflect on how Hope City had resolved this issue. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Everyone in the world is driven by self-interest. Irrespective of their nature, individuals will always be motivated by personal gain. So, I understand now. We can use an incentive mechanism to divide contributions into levels. The more one contributes, the more spirit light and benefits one will receive, and naturally, the more powerful one will become. Yu Hong spoke up. Until now, the distribution of spirit light has been even, but I can change that to an unequal distribution in the future. Give more to those with strong contributions, less to those with weak contributions, withhold from those without contributions, and for those causing reverse damage, deprive them of some spirit light based on the severity. This is a good point. All in agreement, they nodded their heads. Then they began to discuss the details of the organizational structure, each pitching in. But while everyone was engrossed in the heated discussion, Qing Huang, who had initiated the conversation, harbored other thoughts. He quietly leaned against the wall, gradually shifting from posing questions and offering suggestions to listening to others. Seizing the spare moments, he observed Yu Hong, deeply engrossed in thought, several times, finally confirming a suspicion he had. Indeed, Qing Huang was certain in his heart. Zhang Ying doesn't care at all about the top magician experts listed on my document. The core of any well-established organization is the leader and the dominant figures in the suppression structure. The core of the Mutual Aid Alliance is Zhang Ying himself. Once he is defeated or killed, the entire alliance would collapse instantly. Yet, Zhang Ying appears entirely unconcerned with this problem. Instead, he is discussing various organizational details with everyone. His ability to settle his mind and devote time and energy to these details indicates. A faint gleam flashed in Qing Huang's eyes. He has absolute confidence. Confidence that he will never be defeated. Even when facing the Seven Evil Alliance and the Taoist sect, he maintains such composure and self-assurance. As expected, Zhang Ying, before joining the Qingchen Temple, could not have possibly been just an ordinary person. By this time, the group had essentially outlined the framework of the Mutual Aid Alliance. Yu Hong would serve as the alliance hierarch, with 3 vice-alliance hierarchs responsible for taking over the hierarch's duties at crucial moments and managing the organization's day-to-day operations. The vice-alliance hierarchs need not possess great strength, but they must have a strong ability to operate the organization. Next topic was the alliance's combat force. The administrative and combat operations were to be separated. The combat level system, as mentioned by Yu Hong, ranged from low to high, enhanced level 1 to 9, followed by evil level, war level, nightmare level, and despair level. The first 9 levels indicate situations that can be resolved with conventional firearms and weaponry. The evil level is a higher tier, essentially the limit that an ordinary magician can reach. As for the war level, it corresponds to the temple master level. The higher nightmare level and despair level are as of yet just names, to be determined after actual contact. Clearly, Yu Hong had directly adopted the classification system from Hope City. Chapter 362. The division of combat power has ended, and the Mutual Aid Alliance has established a points-based incentive system that distributes spirit light in varying amounts based on merit at fixed intervals. Thus, in just over an hour, the true foundation of the Mutual Aid Alliance was established, right here in this small Taoist temple room. To have leaders charge and lead the team at critical moments, the Alliance needs to set up exemplary generals. These are battle leaders, not administrative positions like the Vice-Alliance hierarch. Qing Huang stated again. That makes sense. Yu Hong nodded. Then do you have any suitable candidates? Not at the moment. Qing Huang smiled. The Alliance hierarch can take a look at the list. Taoist sect Jinshao Temple's temple master is currently severely injured. What do you think about leveraging the efficacy of spirit light to have him join us? Is that feasible? Yu Hong's eyes lit up. What a thought. Specifically seeking out elderly individuals who were once incredibly powerful but are currently incapacitated, and enhancing them with spirit light. The advantage of this is that spirit light gives them a second spring, a second chance and hope. Such people would highly appreciate the Mutual Aid Alliance. Of course, it's feasible. Internal strife within Jinshao Temple over the temple master position has already started becoming visible, Qing Huang said with a smile. Yu Hong nodded. Looking down at the list, the names Qing Huang provided clearly recorded Taoist magicians of his level or even higher, just those remembered and known of, totaling 13. There were only 3 from the Buddhist sect, 8 from the Seven Evil Alliance, 1 from the officials, 2 from the public. In total, these top experts from Yasong, clear at a glance. Including those Qing Huang didn't know about, the total was probably only 20 or 30 people. This matter, I'll leave it to you to handle. How about that? Yu Hong looked towards Qing Huang. I'm not in a convenient position to contact the Taoist sect. They are very cautious. Qing Huang shook his head. But other places are possible. Then I will take care of the Taoist sect. Yu Hen, an elder, decisively spoke out. He had been listening on the side and now took the initiative. Qingchen Temple is now almost fully integrated with the Mutual Aid Alliance. The stronger the Mutual Aid Alliance, the stronger everyone's spirit light will be, and the more experts there will be. It's a snowballing momentum. He couldn't help but want to contribute. Master Uncle, speaking of which, are you able to reach out to the old masters in the Taoist sect, the ones who retired due to injuries? Yu Hong pondered and asked. Heh. Do you think your master uncle has spent these years just indulging in pleasures? Yu Hen pinched his beard and laughed confidently. I can't guarantee other things, but regarding buddies to hang out with, heh. Have you heard of the Yasong Senior Activities Association? He lowered his voice. Despite my humble role, I am one of the directors of the association. The peak masters definitely wouldn't think much of me. But among old friends who play together, many were once high-class powerhouses, now suffering from illnesses and can only enjoy life. Suddenly, his expression became serious. However, Zhang Ying, are you really sure that the Spirit Light secret technique can restore their health? Don't give them hope only to plunge them into despair. That might turn them into enemies. Think it through clearly. I'm certain. Yu Hong nodded. No one knew better than him the effect of Spirit Light. Even broken limbs could be forcibly reconnected if the time gap wasn't too long, just like the original. You're sure? Yu Hen asked again. I absolutely guarantee it, Yu Hong affirmed earnestly. Good. I can contact those top experts who might need Spirit Light. Just the retired 9 sect masters from the previous generation. There are 3. SSS. Once this statement was made, everyone present felt a chill in their scalp, and their views on Elder Yu Hen changed. These connections, no wonder he was able to protect those 2 from Zai Palace back then. Looking at it now, it definitely wasn't just luck. Although I am just a runner in their eyes, I can still pass on messages. Besides that, if the effect of Spirit Light is strong enough, the one who needs it most is actually Supreme Taoist Temple Master Quan He from Dayanluo Temple. Yu Hen's expression turned solemn, his tone naturally carrying a hint of respect when mentioning this name. Wait! Others might not have reacted much, but Qing Huang, along with UMO and the other elders, suddenly looked shocked. Qing Huang licked his lips, his gaze intensely fixed on Elder Yu Hen. Elder Yu Hen, the Quan He you're talking about, is it the former temple master of Dayanluo Temple among the 9 sects, Monarch Quan He? Even as a high-level expert himself, the mention of this name made his voice tremble slightly, as if suppressing his excitement. Indeed, it is Monarch Quan He from 90 years ago. Yu Hen nodded solemnly. This venerable lady is currently 142 years old, and might pass away at any moment. Outsiders believe she has long since departed this world, but only us old folks know that Elder Quan He was severely injured during that past turmoil. She practiced the Sleep River technique and combined it with technological methods to maintain her life over 20 years ago. Once he revealed this, everyone present felt a chill. Judging by the name, she must be very strong, but given her age, even if Spirit Light restores her physical state, how much strength can remain? Zhang Ying said in a deep voice. You guys simply don't understand the renown of Monarch Quan He. I grew up hearing her name. Let me put it this way, Qing Huang smiled. Currently, 2 heavenly masters from both heavenly master mansions are the strongest in the Taoist sect, but even they can't dominate an entire era by themselves. They are opposed by Long Qingzi and the 7 evils. He paused, then continued. In Monarch Quan He's era, the heavenly masters from both heavenly master mansions were suppressed by her. Of course, because the 2 heavenly masters from that time weren't compared with the current 2 contemporary heavenly masters, I can't assure that Monarch Quan He is definitely stronger than the left heavenly master. However, regardless, they are all top-tier powerhouses of the same level. How is it? Can spirit light heal her? Yu Hen looked intensely at Yu Hong at this moment. Shall we try? Yu Hong could not guarantee either. Given her advanced age, even if spirit light could prolong life, the specific effect was still untested by him. I will arrange it. Now that Quan He monarch has fallen out of favor, she often falls unconscious and has lost her value. Daeunluo Temple only occasionally sends someone to check on her, all out of old loyalty. Thus, the maintenance of the life-sustaining system and caretaking, it's all handled by our association. Yu Hen spoke out, and many things of the association are handled by me. As he said this, Umo and the other old Taoists simultaneously gave him a thumbs up, their faces full of admiration. This network is simply sky-high. Seeing this, the 3 old men from Yushan were truly convinced. With such connections, no wonder they couldn't outdo Yu Hen back then. If Yu Hen had been a bit more ruthless back then, they wouldn't have been able to leave Taizhou. 3 days later, the situation in Taizhou stabilized relatively, with spirit station suppression quickly restoring normal order across the city. Similar unrest appeared in the surrounding cities due to the absence of suppressing forces like Spirit Station and Qingchen Temple, leading to a gradual normalization of chaos. The government continuously issued notices, urging the public to reduce nighttime outings and deploying more police forces to maintain broad social order. However, despite the government's best efforts, order was still slowly but steadily slipping toward the abyss. As the values of spiritual fluctuation in the air increased, more and more resentful mark cases were occurring around the city. Meanwhile, Yu Hong and his group, led by Yu Hen, had left Taizhou and reached the Chenin nursing home where Quan He monarch was recuperating via highway. Inside the nursing home, Yu Hen led Yu Hong, following Nurse Xiaofeng, moving forward along the clean white hallway. The hallway felt warm and comfortable, with temperature and humidity sensors installed at intervals around the walls which were also made of sound-absorbing materials to prevent noise. The trio passed through layers of thermal doors and came to a separate round hall on the 2nd basement level. The hall was overall gray and white, with banners of red characters on the walls. Corners were filled with stacks of empty gift boxes. This is it. Besides Elder Quan He, there are also 2 others here relying on life-sustaining systems, all former personages. Sadly, Yu Hen sighed and continued. Sadly, their inheritances have been mostly divided, and it's likely they are also forgotten here. Yu Hong didn't speak, just frowned slightly. From the moment he entered, he faintly felt an invisible oppressive force, similar to what he experienced before the spirit disaster struck, pervading every corner of this place. He and Yu Hen followed the nurse and quickly arrived in front of the furthest right iron door. This is it. It's not yet Ms. Quan He's waking time, so you can look through the observation window but can't go in, the nurse cautioned responsibly. Okay, you may go now. I'll ring the bell when we need you again. Thanks, Xiaofeng. Yu Hen gave the nurse's hand a gentle squeeze, signaling with his eyes. The nurse licked her lips ambiguously and left alone. Beside him, Yu Hong. Regaining his composure, he walked up to the iron door and slid open the observation window above. Looking inside. Inside was a white coffin-like rectangular box where a white-haired, emaciated old person lay. The old person's face was covered with a breathing valve, with various monitoring devices beside her continuously displaying fluctuating graphs. I can feel it, an intangible, spiritual fluctuation. Yu Hong whispered. Why can't I feel it? Yu Hen frowned and looked around, making sure he really couldn't feel anything. Master, people only react to what they can see, Yu Hong tactfully explained. This sentence had a somewhat cryptic dual significance. He. Yuhen glared at him for a moment. He then went forward and knocked on the iron door. Dang, dang, dang. Elder, it's Yuhen. I've come to see you, he shouted loudly. Is it little hen? Suddenly a gentle voice naturally resonated inside both their heads. Yu Hong widened his eyes suddenly and looked up at the patient room where Quan He was. Just now still with eyes closed, Quan He monarch had now surprisingly opened them. A pair of deep, pitch-black pupils were watching their side. Chapter 363. Zai Palace. Dark clouds surged. Thunder rolled. Streaks of lightning occasionally slashed the clouds, illuminating the land below for an instant. Zai Palace, originally situated within the mountains, was now completely shrouded in a dense gray mist. The gray mist thoroughly enveloped the Taoist palace complex, coiling around the mountain range like a living entity. It didn't disperse in the wind and even slightly wriggled, as if it was devouring and digesting something. Hiss! Suddenly, a beam of purple light punctured the gray mist, like a purple blade, flying towards the distant horizon. The purple light continued unabated, crossing dozens of miles in a blink of an eye before gently falling into a small black stone basin outside a villa on the outskirts of a city. Plop! The purple light settled into the basin in the villa courtyard, trembling slightly then becoming still. Only now did the purple light reveal its full form. It turned out to be a purple metal talisman with 2 mechanical wings. The talisman was covered in shimmering purple light, adorned with countless densely packed runes. At the rear, it also had 2 propellers resembling fans. After a brief moment, a gray-robed Taoist walked out of the villa, wearing black-rimmed glasses, and took the talisman out of the stone basin to examine it. It's an emergency drone from Zai Palace. He turned his head and called into the villa. Zai Palace, report this immediately. Following his call, a young female mage came out of the villa, her expression changing at the news. The two quickly removed a small box from the bottom of the drone and turned to enter the villa. Before long, an invisible electromagnetic wave traveled across vast distances, directly reaching the Ancestor Court on Yunshu Mountain. Inside the Yun Light main hall of the Ancestral Court Taoist Palace, the left Heavenly Master Feng Xiu stifled a yawn as he picked up the emergency communication document that had just been delivered, then walked towards the interior of the Great Hall. Not long after, he briskly returned with a reply document and handed it over to a Taoist who was waiting outside the hall. The Heavenly Master orders a swift reply. Understood. The Taoist nodded respectfully. Turning around, he walked quickly down the steps, but after only a few steps, a female cultivator on his right stopped him. Chung Kong. How did the Heavenly Master reply? This female cultivator, named Ziling, was a Taoist from the Heavenly Master Mansion who had always been on good terms with Zai Palace, and upon hearing the trouble at Zai Palace, she decisively came to ask. The Heavenly Master has started gathering experts to provide support, but it will take time, the Taoist replied, the document not encrypted, and with few words, its content was quickly apparent. He handed over the document for her to glance at. The female cultivator scanned the document and nodded. This is a reply after the fact. The mobilization must have already started. What exactly happened that even Zai Palace had to seek help from the Ancestor Court? With so many limit-breaking Taoism experts within the palace, not to mention the sky-stabilizing plate, she said, disbelief written all over her face. Perhaps the Seven Evil Alliance has damaged the sky-stabilizing plate, causing it to crack and rendering it unusable. The Taoist replied with a grave expression. Regardless, we'll know the truth once the reinforcements arrive. What about Kuchan? If even Kuchan is besieged, the situation is probably dire, she asked again. Taoist Kuchan is not there. He should still be at Lijiasuo carrying out a suppression mission. But now that he has received the message, he should be on his way back, the Taoist sighed. All right, I won't delay you any further. Send the reply quickly. Don't keep the friends from Zai Palace waiting, the female cultivator instructed. Yes, the Taoist said, taking the document and hurrying away. The message was transmitted back to the villa near Zai Palace at lightning speed via electromagnetic waves. Then, carried by the purple talisman drone, it soared back to the blocked area around Zai Palace. Within the vast gray mist, the drone pierced through the mist and soon arrived above a group of Taoist palace ruins that had mostly collapsed. Here, the beautiful houses, solemn palaces, and lavish decorative fences belonging to Zai Palace had mostly been toppled and crushed by some immense creature. Strewn across the ruins, the corpses of Taoists lay indiscriminately scattered on the ground. Their limbs were twisted, eyes wide open as if they had experienced extreme anger and fear in their final moments. The drone passed over a small lake littered with broken wooden pieces and quickly arrived at the center, at the only palace that was still intact. The palace was shaped like a pair of bull horns, with its peak crowned by two purple horns intricately carved with numerous runes. It was these two horns that were fending off the intermittently appearing massive gray mist enemy from outside. A large group of Taoists gathered within the palace was now forming a circular array, pumping their internal Tao breath, continuously infusing it into the underground rune pathways to supply power to the palace horns. Hiss! The purple talisman drone suddenly shot out from the crowd of Taoists and landed steadily in front of Palace Master Yuqin, who was at the innermost layer. Yuqin's face was pale as she reached out to grab the drone and removed the attached box. Opening it, she pulled out a small rolled-up document. After a few glances, her expression relaxed. "Everyone, hold on. The Ancestor Court has already mobilized people to come to our aid. Left Heavenly Master is already aware of our plight and will be here soon. And my son Ku-chan is also on his way back." A sigh of relief came from the crowd of Zai Palace Taoists. "As long as the message gets out, we're safe. In no more than 2 hours, experts from the Ancestor Court will come to support us," an elder from Zai Palace said as he wiped the blood from his mouth, his spirit lifting. "Master, is there a reply from Junior Brother?" A beautiful young female cultivator couldn't help but ask aloud. Ku-chan said he's rushing back at full speed. Rest assured." Yuqin saw through the other's concerns. "That's good. That's good." The female cultivator's face relaxed, gently pressing on her lower abdomen. This action caused Yuqin's expression to change, and then with a single hand forming a seal, a stream of Tao breath transformed into magic, invoking a certain power around, encircling the female cultivator to meticulously inspect her. A few moments later, his face changed dramatically. "Wait, are you pregnant?" These words were not spoken softly, and everyone around who were still resisting heard them. The heavy mood of everyone was inexplicably lifted upon hearing this. It should be. I missed my period this month." Inger lowered her head, replied softly. Yuqin exchanged a glance with his wife, both seeing surprise and a touch of joy in each other's eyes. "Jinji will be very happy when he knows. It's just a pity. Such happy news. Yet so many disciples will never see it." Bang! An elder fiercely punched a stone pillar. 7 Evil Alliance. Previously, as an old man from the same Taoist sect, I had no intention of pursuing and killing them, but now, once I survive this calamity, I will immediately join the sweeping team and make them face a fate worse than death. Count me in. One of the 4 swords, a red-haired female cultivator, called out angrily. "I'm in as well." My poor disciple had just established their foundation, only to be. Damn 7 Evil Alliance. If we escape this calamity, I will exhaust all strength to exterminate these thieves. Hearing that support was on the way, the morale within Zai Palace was significantly boosted. After cursing for a while, they continued to stabilize the great array of the Taoist palace, waiting for support. Feixia sword Meng Qingshuang was also among them. She didn't speak, only silently channeling Tao breath into the great array. At this moment, for some reason, she found herself unexpectedly thinking of the time back in Taizhou. She remembered the young and talented Taoist from Qingchen Temple. For some reason, she always felt, if Zhang Ro were here, perhaps there would be a way to break out. That young Taoist, who was always composed and confident in any situation, had left a deeply profound impression on her. "What's wrong, Shuang Shuang?" her close friend Xiao Ling asked softly, noticing her being distracted. "Nothing, just remembered someone." Meng Qingshuang shook her head. She was still recovering from injuries. Otherwise, as one of the four swords, she wouldn't have been standing in this corner. The four swords were the main pillars of combat strength in Zai Palace. At this moment, the other three were in the center of the array, while only she was injured and placed in an inner position with lighter responsibilities. "What? Is it your sweetheart?" Xiao Ling wiped blood from the corner of her mouth and teased through the pain. "You think too much, it's just... I suddenly remembered what he used to say." Fei Xia Sword sighed. Long ago, he preached that the spirit disaster would become a great affliction, but no one believed him. Everyone thought he was suffering from persecution delusions after being traumatized. But now, I suddenly feel like what he said seems to make some sense. Right then, she couldn't help but look toward the outside. Outside the Taoist Palace Hall. Within the gray fog, large silhouettes of dragon-headed humanoids intermittently appeared and disappeared. They would sometimes become gray clouds, sometimes solidify into matter, looming over the glowing purple light emanating from the Taoist palace with an icy gaze. If anyone could see them, they would hear overlapping commands and kneels. If one's spiritual power was stronger, they could also receive an intense and overwhelming spiritual shock in a blink of an eye, causing their mind to collapse, their body to be crushed, and fall dead on the spot. The initial collapse of Zai Palace had happened for this reason. Meanwhile, dragon-headed humanoids were encircling the Taoist palace, closing in, slowly extending their hands. "Where are the heavenly soldiers?" A deep call echoed through the gray clouds. Soon, beneath them, the fallen disciples of the palace started to twitch, climbing up slowly. On their skin, fine, tree root-like gray patterns slowly emerged. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In the sanatorium underground. "Little hen, isn't it not time for visiting yet? Why have you come early this time?" Quan He's voice was soft and peaceful, like a breeze that, despite resonating directly in Yu Hong's mind, caused him no sense of hostility or alertness. Her voice was as if she was speaking beside him, yet it also seemed to fill the entire underground hall, omnipresent, resonating. "I just missed you, didn't I?" Yu Hen, the white-bearded old Taoist, for once showed a clear twinge of shyness and admiration, much to the chagrin of Yu Hong watching. "You're always thoughtful. So many children, out of an entire class of over 100 people. It's only you few who remember to visit me every so often. However, it seems you didn't just come to see me. What about this child?" Quan He asked softly. "This is the most talented disciple in the history of Qingchen Temple, Zhang Rou. Little Hen brought him over. Actually, there's also some selfish reason. Zhang Rou is extremely gifted. Being young, he has already reached a limit-breaking level with only about a year of cultivating Taoist skills. And that's not all. The key point is, he once accidentally obtained a secret technique called the Spirit Light Secret Skill, which has a wondrous effect on the body's functions and old injuries."
Yu Hen explained respectful.
"Spirit Light," Quan He mused. At that moment, within the entire underground hall, the originally intangible massive spiritual power began to slowly converge, focusing on Yu Hong, seemingly examining him. Chapter 364. You have put in the effort. However, this young friend, the power within you is not so simple. Apart from the Guanwu skill of Qingchen Temple, there is another force that is warm and soft yet resilient, which should be the spirit light you mentioned. Besides that, there's also a kind of inexplicable aura similar to the original spirit disaster. Quan He said softly, "Senior, your insight is brilliant." Yu Hong quickly bowed his head respectfully and said, "Indeed, Junior has taken an unknown potion before, and since then, I've had a hint of spirit disaster aura. Someone told Junior that possessing such an aura, if I do not practice Taoist skills, I will certainly encounter great disasters in the future. Hence, after experiencing many things, I sought out mentors everywhere. But the other Taoist sects refused me for various reasons, and only Qingchen Temple was willing to give me a chance. Yu Hong fabricated a half-true, half-false story. His story was nodded along to continuously by Yu Hen, who was standing beside him. But the truth was exactly so, as most of the 9 sects originally did not accept someone like Yu Hong who took up the path halfway through. Only Qingchen Temple was willing to broaden its gates and give outsiders a chance. So, the purpose of your visit is simply to try and see if the Spirit Light secret skill can heal my wounds? Quan He asked back. Of course, this is the main purpose. If Senior Quan He can return to a state of full health and cultivation, and emerge from seclusion at full strength, it would definitely be a strong stimulant for the current situation of the Taoist sects. Yu Hong replied quickly. No one does not wish to be rejuvenated, to return to their former. I can see the situation outside, but I am powerless to change it. Quan He sighed. Senior may as well give it a try, and there is also a slight hope with the Spirit Light secret skill. But there are some side effects, which Junior needs to clarify in advance for Senior to prevent any misunderstanding. Yu Hong immediately explained the side effect that the integrated Spirit Light could not be extracted. Once extracted, it would lead to damage to one's life force and instant death. After hearing this, Quan He fell silent for a while. Since you have been able to find this place, you must have some confidence. Since this is the case, what does an old-timer like me, already on the brink of death, have to fear? Come on, don't be afraid. If it doesn't work, it's just leaving a bit earlier. Although she had tried countless methods over the years, none of them were able to forestall the approaching end that was near at hand. But, this time, from the moment Yu Hong walked in the door, she felt a trace of abnormality. Spirit disaster, black disaster, and some special warm power, all mixed together. This young man holds no small secret. Perhaps, there is a glimmer of hope. Don't worry, Senior. There will be no such harm. At most, the Spirit Light will be ineffective. It has no harm in itself. Yu Hong quickly explained. Then what's there to worry about? Quan He smiled. How may I assist you? Please accept it, and do not resist or guard against it, Yu Hong said, feeling relieved. He had just secretly glanced at a multi-purpose meter. This old relic of a senior had a spiritual value of over 400,000 in strength, which was terrifying. This was the first time he had felt such a frightening oppressive aura, similar to that of high-risk creatures of the Black Disaster, in a human being. This also gave him a great expectation for Quan He's recovery. Such a terrifying magician expert, who still has such spiritual strength even in her old age. If she were to return to her prime, it was almost unthinkable. Come on, don't worry. Quan He saw his anticipation, and there was a hint of the same expectation in her voice. Whoosh! In an instant, a soft silver light lit up in the palm of Yu Hong's hand. He stretched out his hand and flicked lightly. The silver light transformed into a thread of silk, snaking through the gap of the observation window, and like something alive, softly flew to Quan He's side. Paused. Swoosh! Suddenly, the silver light thread drilled into Quan He's palm, disappearing in an instant like snow melting into water. This power! How marvelous! Quan He's shocked voice immediately resonated in both of their minds. But soon, she had no time to marvel anymore. The thread of spirit light that had merged and quickly turned into countless silver threads, spreading throughout her already aged body. Organs, muscles, bones, skin, every single part was forcibly penetrated by the silver threads. In the next second, the spirit light threads actually began to forcibly absorb her already scant life vitality, then reshaping themselves into various bodily tissues, replacing the previously withered and injured tissues, and thus forcibly propping up this body that should have decayed long ago. This process was extremely complex and vast. Because the body was too decayed and old, Yu Hong transformed all the spirit light into body strengthening and recovery without the ability to make Quan He rapidly recover in a short period of time. It's working! The delighted voice of Quan He echoed in their minds. But it's slow. My body is on the verge of death, and the spirit light is struggling and tugging against death himself. It keeps replacing my damaged body parts. But because there are so many parts to replace, the recovery is slow. But even though it's slow, I can tell it's indeed very helpful. Congratulations, Senior. Yu Hen, hearing this, was overjoyed and quickly bowed his hands in salute. Just like him, Yu Hong also showed a happy expression. However, Senior might still need to wait some time. The repair of the spirit light is indeed effective, but it will need at least a few days to complete the recovery. I never would have thought, at this age, I'd still have the chance to go out again. Quan He sighed. Tell me, what do you need my help with? At her age, she was naturally very clear that there is no such thing as a free lunch, and these two kind people in front of her would not help her, an old immortal, recover her body for no reason at all. Upon hearing her words, Yu Hong immediately straightened his expression, stepped forward, and deeply bowed. For the tranquility of the world, for the peace of the world, please, Senior, for the sake of the clear skies and numerous beings, come forth to suppress the calamities and eliminate the evil spirits. Other than this, Junior has no other intentions. His words were resolute and his expression determined. You! Feeling Yu Hong's utterly steadfast spiritual fluctuation, Quan He's previous assumptions fell through almost entirely at this moment. She originally thought the other party would harbor various personal desires, hoping to utilize her power to achieve them. But at this moment, facing such determined eyes, such pure will, Quan He was deeply moved. Not only him, but Yu Hen, who was beside him, also felt goosebumps all over his body after hearing these words. He hadn't expected Yu Hong's resentment towards the spirit disaster and the black disaster to be so immense. This passion, even he was moved at this moment. You, good child. Quan He didn't know how to describe his feelings at this time. But without any doubt, the sight of Yu Hong before him, with his unwavering expression and eyes, uncontrollably brought back memories of some hard-to-settle friends of long ago. They were the same, with the determination to burn purely for their ideals and will. Senior, the hardships and difficulties we'll face on this road will definitely exceed your imagination. I'm not exaggerating, so if we encounter obstacles along the way, please be absolutely determined and cut down anyone who dares to hinder us. Yu Hong continued. Those who try to unleash disasters, indifferent to the lives of others, must not be given the slightest chance to struggle. We must eradicate them complete. These words were full of murderous intent, carrying an indescribable determination, making Quan He and Yu Hen involuntarily feel a chill in their hearts. It was hard for them to imagine what kind of ordeal had led the young Yu Hong before them to possess such a strong intent to kill. I understand. Quan He sighed. If everything is as you say, I will help you. 3 days. Yu Hong's eyes revealed a hint of relief. In about 3 days, the spirit light should be able to completely heal your life force, allowing you to get up and move freely. The spirit light is now forcibly reconstructing your body as a replacement, so there may be some exaggerated changes. Please don't be alarmed. I'm old. I've seen everything, you have nothing to worry about. Quan He said with a smile. All right, you guys go ahead. I need to get some good sleep. My body is starting to itch and hurt. It seems the reconstruction and repair are intensifying. It's too uncomfortable to stay awake like this. Yes. Junior takes his leave. Yu Hen and Yu Hong quickly bowed in response. After they left the underground healing hall, the two looked at each other and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Master Uncle. Next, please lead the way to the other seniors' locations. Yu Hong bowed and said, Good. Our power will become stronger than ever before. When the time comes, let the 7 Evil Alliance, let the Buddhist sect, all kneel down. Yu Hen waved his old hand, a sense of bold spirit that had been missing for so long rising within him. He felt like he was doing something that could change the world, change everything. It seemed like he was creating history, creating a vast new organization. He was walking on an unprecedented historical path. Maybe many years later, someone will remember an old man with lowly Taoist skills like me, for the little contribution made towards the stability of the world. Yu Hen couldn't help but sigh. They will, Yu Hong said seriously. If someone forgets, I'll make them remember. Really?
Yu Hen smiled.
That's good. He clenched his fist, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes. As if on the Taoist sect history books many years later, he saw a trace of himself, no matter how insignificant. At this moment, the smile on his face was unprecedentedly solemn and sincere. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. To the east of Yasong in Jinghai City. Buzz. A black heavy motorcycle with dazzling white light, like a sharp arrow, pierced through the gray-black mist in front of it. The highway was deserted, with no people or vehicles. On both sides, there were barren black-green mountains, rolling silently and lifelessly. In this entire world, it seemed the only sound was that of the motorcycle's engine. The rider on the bike was hunched over, wearing a helmet, and his tight, black racing suit outlined his strong physique. He had a slender sword blade wrapped with numerous bandages on his back. "Hey, Ku-chan, where are you now?" The rider heard a slightly distorted inquiry through his earpiece. "I've already arrived at Jinghai, and in about 40 minutes, I can return to Zai Palace." The rider quickly replied. "How's the situation at home?" "It's bad," the voice from the earpiece answered. "The gray mist is too thick. It has completely enveloped the Taoist palace surroundings. We've sent many teams in, used drones, all useless. What about the technique? Have we figured out what it is yet?" Ku-chan asked with a cold tone. "What we can investigate so far is just the remnants of the Seven Evils Ghost Bell's Taoist traces on the outer edge. Her 9 lives and 9 deaths rebirth technique can temporarily seal the Spirit Disaster Black Disaster passage and forcefully transfer it. Therefore, apart from the original 2 Black Disaster portals at Zai Palace, there are 2 additional Spirit Disaster portals that she's transferred over. The Yin Chi Sky Pillar has now evolved into the Yin Chi Spiritual Domain, entering the second phase. Chapter 365. Are there 2 passages each for the Gate of Despair and the Gate of 10,000 Spirits, right? Ku-chan coldly asked, his eyes filled with increasing murderous intent. Yes, the Taoist sect should now be gathering experts to send for reinforcements. The notice they sent from above commands Zai Palace to hold out for 2 hours. When you arrive, don't act recklessly. Wait outside for the main forces to advance together, the voice from the headset advised. "I know what to do," Ku-chan responded calmly. "Hold on, Ku-chan. Don't be rash." The person in the headset seemed to sense his intent and hurriedly advised. "I am not being rash, sorry. There's trouble here. I'll contact you later." As Ku-chan's voice fell, he rose swiftly, leaping off the motorcycle, flipping in the air to land. Chi! Boom! At the same time, the motorcycle was hit by a red fire line, shooting out several tens of meters and exploding violently. Under the illumination of the firelight, Ku-chan swiftly moved left, dodging several sniper bullets, and plunged into the dense woods by the roadside. But upon entering the dense woods, a tall figure in a black cloak, with a stark white character for evil emblazoned on the back, had already been waiting for a long time, turned around, and looked at him. In an instant, as Ku-chan landed, a large area of ghastly pale phosphorescence lit up on the ground around him. Clouds of black, putrid, poisonous gas emerged from the ground like smoke and fog. "I am Xian Kongzi. Greetings to young friend Ku-chan," the figure said as it raised its head, revealing a horrific face covered in burn scars, with only one blood-red eye remaining. The renowned second of the 7 evils, sect master of the Blood Eye sect, resorting to such despicable ambush tactics against a junior like me. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? Ku-chan's voice was icy cold. Mockery and derision are to me like passing clouds, Xian Kongzi said indifferently. If they mock to my face, I cut off their tongues. If they mock behind my back, I do not see nor hear. Hence, it does not exist. What a way to deceive oneself. It seems the 7 Evil Alliance planned this a while ago. So, who told you about my return route? Ku-chan already had a suspicion in his mind, but he still asked. If you have guessed it, why bother asking? Xian Kongzi said. Snap. Ku-chan crushed the headset in one hand and threw it away, his heart growing colder. He drew the long sword from his back with a reverse grip. I have long heard of the 7 evils' infamy. Today, it is perfect to witness for myself, to see whether you, a long-renowned senior, are stronger, or my Qi Shao sword in my hand is sharper. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Outside Yasong, international waters, accompanied by a rapidly rising spiritual fluctuation in the air. Under the deep blue sea, a vast shadow spanning several kilometers slowly changed from gray to black. Wisps and strands of black mist rose from the seawater and gathered midway into the sky, condensing into a black cloud. Crack! A black lightning arc suddenly flashed across the black cloud. Shortly after, fine arcs of electricity slowly multiplied, becoming denser and denser. Ding! Momentarily, a deep and ancient bell sound resonated slowly. Within the black cloud, a black gate carved with flora and fauna, mountains and lands, gradually appeared. The gate, standing 400 to 500 meters high and 300 meters wide, hovered like a skyscraper among the clouds. At its center was a black beast head metal knocker, whose eyes were now slowly opening, emitting a red light. Crack! Suddenly, a fine crack opened from inside to outside in the middle of the gate. Dan! Waves of deep, distant sounds drifted out from within. Human pill. All beings all are mere fuel, and all spirits return to the origin. Boom! Suddenly, the crack in the gate was violently burst open from the inside. The door quivered, spreading vast currents outward. The currents stirred the seawater below, causing hundreds of meters high waves. Golden light shone from inside the gate, as a figure in a luxurious purple robe and a feathered crown, with white hair, slowly floated out. Behind the Taoist, a golden halo turned slowly, while fine golden rune chains appeared and disappeared intermittently, fluttering slowly. Most striking was the Taoist's face. It was not a human face but a flat surface, appearing to be made of various colored patches pieced together into a colorful glass mirror. The Taoist hovered above the sea surface, his terrifying spiritual value exceeding 1,000,000 rippling outwards like ripples in water. Suddenly, he stretched a hand forward. Boom! In an instant, from behind the door, a wave of golden light surged out, releasing hordes of giants in golden armor with dragon heads. The figure clad in dragon-headed golden armor was followed by innumerable floating golden light spots, bursting forth together. Tens of thousands, 100,000s of golden dots surrounded hundreds of dragon-headed figures, fleeing towards the nearest land. Yasong. Asterisk. 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 After Quan He, Yu Hen brought Yu Hong to another separate courtyard of the sanatorium, Ningxiang Courtyard. In this small quadrangle, among the 4 residents, 3 were once prominent, now aged and injured former sect leaders of the 9 sects. The morning sunlight was crisp and cold. When the 2 arrived at Ningxiang Courtyard, it was already past 9:40. The courtyard door was wide open. 2 cleaning aunties were inside sweeping and doing chores such as cooking and laundry. Creak. Yu Hen pushed open the door of a room on the left side and carefully called inside. Brother Chun, are you awake? A muffled response came from inside. Good, you're awake. I've brought the kid to see you. Yu Hen gave Yu Hong a significant look, entered the room, and pulled aside the partition curtain to reveal a large gray and white square bed. On the bed laid a gaunt old man without hair or teeth. The old man's eyes were bright, but with no tongue in his open mouth. His speech was indistinct. Brother Chun, it's been a long time, hasn't it? You seem to be in good spirits recently. Yu Hen approached with a smile and tucked the old man's blanket. The old man responded a few times with his mouth, then picked up an erasable sketching board next to him and scribbled a line. You brought your kid? He's my nephew disciple, and now I have passed down my small Taoist temple to him. He is the temple master, and I am under him now. Yu Hen smiled. On this visit, we found a new treatment method that we can try for you, Brother Chun, to possibly restore your ability to walk and talk. Let's see if you're willing. Heh. Do I not know you? Brother Chun wrote back, "Tell me, how much does it cost? Do I look like that kind of person?" Yu Hen widened his eyes. "You aren't like that. You're precisely that. What else could you look like?" Brother Chun showed a helpless expression.
Alright, no joking.
Brother Chun, I'm serious this time. I'm not fooling you. By chance, my nephew disciple acquired a secret technique that can repair many irreparable injuries of the human body. Your legs, your voice, and tongue might all have a chance. Yu Hen's expression quickly turned solemn, speaking earnestly. His serious attitude made Brother Chun slightly surprised. But soon, realizing Yu Hen was not joking, his expression grew solemn too. My legs aren't just a simple nerve problem, but filled with the evil cloud true skill breath that Yunhua Demon Lord infused before his death. You should know this. It's not something that treatment alone can solve. He quickly wrote. Of course, I know.
Yu Hen nodded.
But, do you know who we just went to see? Who? Senior Quan He. Brother Chin shuddered, surmising something. Effective. Of course, or else why would we come directly to you? Next, we plan to visit Senior Golden Light and Senior Lien Yun too. Yu Hen spoke seriously. What's the cost? Brother Chun wrote after a pause, silently. The cost is that everyone who has undergone this secret technique treatment will become one family, helping each other, all members of my Spirit Light Mutual Aid Alliance. Your life and death will be controlled by the Alliance hierarch. Yu Hong spoke directly. He chose to be forthright, not hiding anything. Just as with Quan He had learned that with these mentally strong figures, being sincere and honest was the best way to communicate. And I am the Alliance hierarch, he said solemnly. Brother Chin showed no surprise or anger, but looked at him seriously. After a few moments, he wrote again. What are you doing this for? To survive. Yu Hong said, a disaster is coming, and neither good nor evil is aware. I am just an ordinary person trying to carve out a path of survival for those following me. For everyone who wants to live in the upcoming doomsday. Perhaps it was this sincerity that made Brother Chun not immediately question such talk of doomsday. Instead, he looked intently into Yu Hong's eyes. Half a minute later, under Yu Hen's somewhat anxious gaze, he lowered his head and wrote another sentence. I really want to recover, but I'm worried about being used. But since Senior Quan He chose to believe, so will I. If it turns out to be wrong, I'll just end myself. So you agree, Brother Chen? Yu Hen didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Seeing the atmosphere had stiffened, he thought this trip had failed. After all, Brother Chun was known for his fiery temper when he was young. Unexpectedly, disagreeing would be foolish. Anyway, let's see if I can move again. As for the conditions and the cost, those are matters for later. Brother Chin smiled. That's a good way to put it. Yu Hong also smiled. He stretched out his hand. A point of silver light brightened in his palm, and under the watch of the other two, silver threads flew out, suddenly entering Brother Chen's right leg covered by the blanket. The formidable spirit light threads, enhanced by the cosmic divine light, began to forcefully tear open a coagulated malignancy in Brother Chen's leg. That force was like a squirming dark red maggot, completely filling and occupying Brother Chen's right leg. As the spirit light charged in, the two forces immediately clashed. Yet, in less than 10 breaths, the coagulated malignant force melted like winter snow upon fire. Under the onslaught of the spirit light, it was instantly crushed, defeated in disarray. Several minutes later, the two stepped out of the room and gently closed the door. Brother Chun needs time to rest. Can he recover in 2 days? Yu Hen asked. No problem. But what's the? Chapter 366. That's pretty badass.
Yu Hong nodded.
He had just sneakily measured with a multimeter and found the spiritual fluctuation value to be over 50,000. Yep, definitely a big shot. For someone like him, whose spiritual value is barely over 100, all these are top-level powerhouses. The strongest spiritual fluctuation under him right now is Qing Huang, with a strength of just a few thousand. That's after the spirit light made up for the shortcoming in power. Let's not talk about that. Next, we're going to the Qingsha Palace's previous palace master, Golden Light Taoist. This one is very powerful. In his era, he was considered just second to predecessor Quan He, but because he was too powerful, he was ambushed by 3 other powerhouses of the same level, got severely injured, and has been lying here for several years before regaining consciousness. That's impressive. Yu Hong nodded. After Golden Light is predecessor Lien Yun, who is equally powerful. Remember to be polite when you get there, Yu Hen reminded. Understood. These 3 plus predecessor Quan He, these 4 people are the main forces we need to focus on. If they can recover all their strength, then our mutual aid alliance can rise to become a formidable force that is only slightly weaker than the 7 Evil Alliance and the Taoist sect. Predecessor Quan He is on par with Long Qingzi and Heavenly Master Yu. The other 3 are on the level of the 7 Evils and the 9 Sects sect masters. Add on the extensive connections within the Taoist sect. When the time comes, our mutual aid alliance will definitely have a strong foothold. Yu Hen talked about the future with great anticipation. Tell me, what are the basics about predecessor Golden Light and predecessor Lien Yun? Yu Hong asked seriously. Yu Hen didn't beat around the bush and immediately recited clearly the information he had prepared the day before. During this Spirit Light rescue action, Yu Hong and Yu Hen spent over a day at the Chenin Sanatorium before reluctantly returning. In this one day, aside from visiting the 3 former sect leaders, they met with 9 other once high-level Shinmen experts who were now weak and injured. Out of these 9, 4 declined their offer, expressing no desire to leave and instead wishing to quietly await the end of their lives here. The other 5, with a try-and-see attitude, agreed to Yu Hong's Spirit Light integration, and their spiritual fluctuation values were all in the thousands. In other words, at Qing Huang's Taoist realm level. Not to talk about combat effectiveness, after all, that also depends on whether the techniques you master are strong enough, whether you have rich combat experience, etc. But at least just from the standpoint of Taoist skills. The people here are all old brands that have completed their passive techniques. Put a few decades back, each of them could easily make the news in the magician circles. But now, due to injuries and aging, they can only wait here to die, no longer having half the value they once did. Fortunately, the initial trials with Spirit Light did not disappoint. But the integration and restoration take time, and the illnesses and injuries borne by these old comrades are not easy to deal with. Otherwise, with such status, they wouldn't just be staying here for retirement. Seeds were sown quickly, and what follows is waiting for a few days later for rooting, sprouting, blooming, and bearing fruit. After spreading the Spirit Light and leaving behind the secret technique, the 2 quickly returned to Taizhou to officially convene the first Spirit Light Conference. The conference was declared to be simple. As long as everyone arrived, that was enough. The location chosen was Taizhou's largest open-air stadium. The conference proceedings didn't need Yu Hong's management. There were plenty of people to organize it below. He didn't even need to stay throughout the event. All he had to do was wait for everyone's Spirit Light to merge, and then come back to complete the last step, merging his own before sending out the Spirit Light again. The next morning, within the colossal Taizhou Stadium, presiding over the conference was the former Qingchen Temple Master Yu Hen, microphone in hand. He stood on a circular stage, in a well-fitting, slender Taoist robe, with white hair fluttering and an air of immortal grace, quite imposing. Surveying his surroundings, he was intently watched by hundreds of eyes yet remained completely unflustered. I, Yu Hen, today, here, on behalf of my nephew Zheng Ro, have come to witness with all of you the growth of our mutual aid alliance, Yu Hen declared loudly. According to the mutual discussions of the management layer of the mutual aid alliance, to let everyone directly see how powerful our Spirit Light secret technique is, so... He paused for a moment. We've prepared some demonstrations here in advance, hoping everyone can get a clear understanding of the strength of Spirit Light and understand where that strength lies. This Spirit Light conference, in addition to magicians, also had many local officials and civilian magicians who fled from unstable areas. The instability elsewhere increasingly highlighted the value of peace and security in Taizhou. These words were also spoken for that part of the audience. Following that, Yu Hen began inviting various cultivators who had trained to take the stage. Then they prepared various weapons and props, beginning their tests. After more than 10 minutes, those cultivators on stage were subjected to different experiences. Some faced a flamethrower firing at them, others directly faced a small sedan charging at full speed, and some were shot at close range with firearms of varying calibers. Boom! A loud noise. The front hood of the sedan had been dented and lifted from the impact. The car slammed into the magician standing still, flinging him over 10 meters away. But soon, the magician naturally got up, patted himself off, and, incredibly, not even his clothes were torn, completely unharmed. All the impact force was absorbed by the thin layer of silver spirit light on his body. Did everyone see that? With our spirit light, once cultivated, each can withstand cars, be unafraid of fire, high temperatures, bullets, and deadly poisons. Yu Hen introduced, extending his hand from the stage. In terms of firearms, the Armed Department has kindly provided us with some weapons. Those who are skeptical can come up now and test it out. See how strong the average spirit light intensity is. This is also for safety's sake. Yu Hen raised his hand, loudly declaring, We promise that every friend who joins our mutual aid alliance will receive spirit light protection of the same level. Such a powerful secret technique, such exaggerated safety, who can compare? Throughout all of Taizhou, our mutual aid alliance's spirit light is one of a kind. Now, next up is the poison gas test. We've arranged a gas chamber, it's fully sealed, airtight, and we will release into it a special chemical poisonous gas from mid. A normal adult, if they inhale even one breath, will rapidly succumb to nerve decay, lose control of their entire body, and quickly die from physiological dysfunction. Yu Hong was among the audience, watching this old temple master who was energetically performing, feeling as if he was truly enjoying this, ignited with passion, making it seem like some sort of live prize giveaway. However, this was also his intention, considering that the more people there were, the stronger the spirit light would become. Therefore, he had already decided to devote this secret technique to the government authorities. In the venue, half of the guests in the VIP seating area were officials from the province and surrounding cities. At this moment, everyone who saw this spectacle was in a daze, as if believing that Yu Hen was still performing. Soon after, the volunteer magician who had been in the poison gas chamber emerged. He walked around several times, confirming he was completely fine, before slightly bowing to Yu Hen and leaving. Conversations and discussions among the audience grew louder and louder. Mostly, these were from ordinary people and other magicians watching the conference. Members of the Mutual Aid Alliance who already possessed spirit light were not surprised by these tests and sat quietly, eagerly anticipating the merging segment that was to come. After a while, two men dressed as government department secretaries approached to speak with Yu Hen, but with a casual gesture from him, they were directed to other Mutual Aid Alliance members nearby who were responsible for explaining the details. Yu Hong observed all this while waiting for the final spirit light merging segment. As he sat in the gym's backstage resting area awaiting his turn, his mentor, UMO, the old Taoist, approached with a grave expression and quickly stepped backstage toward him. Zheng Ro, disaster has struck. Master, the conference is in session now, no matter the issue. Unless it's extremely severe, we must wait until the conference ends to discuss it. Yu Hong stood up and said, It will not affect the conference, but we need to heighten our vigilance. UMO handed over a letter he had just received to Yu Hong. Yu Hong was taken aback. Choosing an ancient form of correspondence over a direct phone call at such a time gave him an ominous feeling. Standing in the open-air resting area, he took the pale yellow envelope with the letter, pulled out the letter from the torn edge, unfolded it and began to read. As he read attentively, his expression turned grave and unsightly. The letter was folded back up. Yu Hong looked up at UMO. Teacher, is this message real? Absolutely real. All the phones there are being tapped right now, which is why someone would write the content and send it out discreetly. The situation is terrible. UMO's expression was extremely grim as well. We've always known that there is some corruption inside the Taoist sect ancestor court, but I would never have imagined that, in the face of such a catastrophe, there would be those who dare entertain such thoughts. They truly deserve to die. His voice was low, filled with the exhaustion that comes after anger and agitation. Clearly, he had already been enraged upon first receiving the news. When did this happen? Yu Hong asked. Yesterday, the day you all went to the sanatorium. At that time, Zai Palace sought help from the Ancestor Court. They sent an urgent drone message, and the Ancestor Court replied, asking them to hold out for 2 hours. UMO replied solemnly. The result was after 2 hours. There was no support, not one. Zai Palace sent out another drone for help and was told to hold on for another 3 hours. Then, they continued to endure. What about Ku Chan? Yu Hong asked directly. Ku Chan is said to have rushed back early, but he has yet to be seen. UMO shook his head. That means, the vast Zai Palace, with so many temple master-level experts, just like that, gone? Yu Hong inhaled sharply. Yes, it is said that Ghost Bell, one of the 7 evils of the 7 Evil Alliance, activated 2 black disaster gates of despair, then released 2 spirit disasters from the gate of 10,000 spirits, causing the situation to mutate. UMO nodded, his expression grave. These people. Yu Hong closed his eyes, seemingly trying to calm his emotions. Even in Hope City from his previous world, the Eternal Life Association wasn't this despicable. They really deserve to die. With 4 outlets of source disaster, such a calamity could clearly be envisioned. The nearby towns and villages are likely now completely devoid of life. Now, aside from Zai Palace, in the entirety of Taizhou yesterday, 13 gates of 10,000 spirits were opened. Some parts of the sky stabilizing plate previously sealed were broken open again. We are right next to 2 Yin-Chi sky pillars, and the 7 Evil Alliance might decide to send someone here to break the seal. So we must prepare as soon as possible, UMO stated in a low voice. He, together with Yu Hen and Qing Huang, are the 3 Vice Alliance hierarchs of the entire Mutual Aid Alliance, holding administrative power, which is why this message was relayed to Yu Hong by him. Chapter 367. Yes, once the seal is broken, the monsters from the Spirit Disaster and Black Disaster could erupt at any moment. We indeed can't wait any longer. Yu Hong nodded. The crisis was about to erupt, but fortunately, the day after tomorrow would mark the end of the strengthening of the Black Mark and also the day when the Elder Quan He would approximately have his body remolded. As long as they could hold on during this period, they would have plenty of strong reinforcements by then. In that case, Yu Hong pondered for a moment. I'll immediately go out and start the spirit light integration and redistribution. Afterwards, I'll directly go to Zai Palace to check, and let Mr. Qing take care of things here first. No, it's too dangerous. Even though you are strong and talented, the entire Zai Palace there is also. UMO firmly refused. Master, listen to me. I am just going to confirm the disaster situation there from a distance. This will allow us to make specific arrangements based on our judgment. Only then can we know if our preparations have any effect and whether they can hold up, Yu Hong earnestly said. But this is too dangerous. Even Zai Palace has fallen into it. Ku Chan has disappeared without a trace. UMO still wanted to persuade, but was stopped by Yu Hong raising his hand. Master, do you think I am the kind of person who would take risks for people I am not familiar with? Although Zai Palace has helped us, it's not worth such a sacrifice from me, Yu Hong solemnly said. Zai, hurry back soon. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Yu Hong, UMO fell silent for a moment and could only reluctantly instruct. Rest assured. Yu Hong patted his Taoist robe and walked towards the exit. Soon, he stepped onto the platform from the side, whispered a few words to Master Yu Hen, who was continuously introducing the future prospects of the Spirit Light Mutual Aid Alliance, and then took over the microphone from Yu Hen's hand. The meeting was interrupted midway. Hundreds of people looked here with some confusion. Holding the microphone, Yu Hong scanned the surroundings. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Zheng Ro, the Alliance Hierarch of the Mutual Aid Alliance and the current Temple Master of Qingchen Temple, Yu Hong. Master Yu Hen has just about finished introducing the benefits of the Spirit Light secret technique. Now I will talk about the drawbacks. After discussing the drawbacks, everyone can decide for themselves whether to join us and become one family. He then straightforwardly spoke about the serious side effect of being completely bound after practicing the spirit light secret technique. Then, without waiting for the uproar from the ordinary people around, he raised his hand again. Due to unforeseen circumstances, I have decided to proceed directly to the last item of the meeting, the spirit light integration. This time, the integration of spirit light will bring specific tiered enhancements to everyone. For specific tiers, you may inquire in detail from the Alliance's representatives. A stream of silver spirit light suddenly shone from his raised right hand. Now, please connect your wills with mine once again. We help each other, united as one. Heaven does not help me. I help myself, Yu Hong declared loudly. Buzz! Instantly, silver spirit light slowly lit up from most of the magicians sitting in the surrounding stadium. Hiss! At the same time, under the astonished gaze of the audience, a silk thread of silver spirit light from everyone flew out, converging towards Yu Hong from all directions. The silver threads from all sides quickly condensed into a glaringly brilliant silver light source in the palm of Yu Hong. The light source was like a miniature sun, too dazzling to look directly at. At this moment, the progress of everyone's spirit light cultivation was stacked together, merged into one, causing the overall strength of spirit light to climb once more. If there were specific numerical values, this integration would have increased the intensity of the spirit light in Yu Hong's hand by 80%. Go! Yu Hong whispered softly. Instantly, the small silver sun in his hand abruptly dispersed, turning into countless silver threads, silently returning the original path, flying back into the bodies of their original owners. In that instant, some magicians began to feel slightly perplexed, because they only felt a slight enhancement of spirit light, different from what they had expected, but others experienced massive increases, far beyond their previous expectations. For specific details on the tiered enhancement of spirit light, please inquire individually. I have an urgent matter, so I will leave the venue first. Yu Hong left a message, then hastily exited the stage. Before leaving, he saw Master Yu Hen already animatedly discussing the sharing of the spirit light secret technique with leaders from various places. It seemed that the disaster at Zai Palace had not yet spread widely. Otherwise, these people wouldn't be so unhurried. Yu Hong quickly left the stadium, and Qing Huang had already pulled up in the car waiting outside. Alliance Hierarch, I will accompany you to take a look. Qing Huang spoke sternly. No need, you need to stay here and hold down Taizhou, our main base. Yu Hong refused. The area where Zai Palace is located is relatively remote. Although it hasn't yet affected the populous cities for the time being, the situation is not optimistic. Our location is also close to two previous In-Chi sky pillars, so the situation is not too favorable. But Alliance Hierarch, if we encounter people from the Seven Evil Alliance. Qing Huang hesitated. Speak frankly. Yu Hong frowned. It's like this, one of the seven evils, Wu Xiaoyuan, has shown favor to me. So, if we encounter him, could you possibly? Qing Huang pleaded reluctantly. Only he, who had genuinely crossed fists and been instantly defeated, knew what terrifying things Yu Hong hid in his arsenal. He didn't believe that the seven evils could defeat Yu Hong in a solo fight, unless sect leader Long Qingzi personally arrived. Otherwise, depending on the situation, if he doesn't cause much trouble, I might consider your request. Yu Hong nodded. All right, get out of the car. Sure. Qing Huang quickly exited the driver's seat. Yu Hong took the driver's seat, started the car, and the vehicle accelerated, swiftly speeding away into the distance. Qing Huang watched him leave until the tail lights were out of sight. Suddenly, he heard a commotion from behind him in the stadium. One after another, phones began ringing. On the other end of the line, there was either anxious pleading, crying, or solemn admonitions and reminders. Every magician who answered the phone first responded with disbelief, but as the contents of the calls received by people around were largely similar, gradually, their expressions began to change. And all the calls had only one content, which was, Zai Palace was in trouble, and the surrounding mountain ranges, including 4 Earth-level city areas, experienced large-scale wild animal riots and attacks. Many wild creatures panicked and fled from the deep mountains, causing accidental injuries to human settlements on the outskirts. According to official magician inspections, it was discovered that around the former site of Zai Palace, within a radius of 40 kilometers, was completely shrouded in gray-black mist. Electromagnetic signals could neither enter nor leave. The military had already dispatched, together with official magicians and magicians sent by Taoist sect, to establish a large-scale blockade. All these circumstances indicate one fact. That is, the third-ranked Zai Palace among the 9 sects may have already in the mist, on the mountainside of the ruins of Zai Palace, a figure drenched in blood, laboriously stepping towards the mountain. The figure was wearing a tight biker outfit, which was torn everywhere, and fresh blood was seeping through. In his hand, he held a dark red long sword engraved with simple yet elegant patterns. The guard was also carved with the delicate head of a golden red phoenix, and the blade extended from the phoenix's open beak. "I'm here. Finally. Here. Dad. Mom.
Ying er.
You all, wait for me." The figure raised his head, revealing Ku Chan's indomitable visage, blurred with flesh and blood. He was ambushed by the sect leader of the Blood Eye sect, one of the 7 evils, with a talisman array, and they fought fiercely for more than 10 hours. After both sides exhausted their aces, he finally managed to inflict severe injuries and repel them. But facing such a high-level opponent, he couldn't possibly come out unscathed, as he too suffered serious injuries. If it were only that, but on the way back, after entering the mist-locked mountains, he continually encountered a large number of unconscious bodies roaming everywhere. These bodies were invulnerable to blades and guns, extremely fast, and carried lethal poisons, similar to zombies. After dealing with a large number of bodies, Ku Chan encountered 3 consecutive humanoid golden armored spirit disasters with dragon heads. Relying on the power of the Dao artifact, Qi Shao sword, he forcibly crushed the spirit disasters, but his injuries had also reached an unbearable level. Ku Chan took a deep breath, summoned his Dao breath, quickened his steps, using the Qi Shao sword as a mountaineering staff, to support his body and continue climbing upwards. Another 10 or so minutes passed. He finally reached the large door of the Taoist palace groups of Zai Palace, a place he was once incredibly familiar with and had seen countless times since childhood. The familiar gray-white square door had already shattered into pieces, scattered on the ground. The entrance was wide open, and from the outside looking in, one could see bloodstains everywhere, broken walls and ruins, desolate. Ku Chan bit his lip, his body trembling as he saw this scene. He paused for a moment, sped up forward, and stepped into the gateway. "Dad. Mom. Inger?" His steps quickened more and more, becoming more urgent. He crossed the damaged corridors, passed through the collapsed Taoist palace, and walked over a small lake filled with broken floating debris. Eventually, he reached the last stand of Zai Palace, the Bullhorn Taoist Palace. This Taoist palace, shaped like a bull's head, was now completely silent, with bodies lying haphazardly everywhere inside. Ku Chan's trembling intensified. He forcefully suppressed the immense pain in his heart, step by step, moving forward. The first person he saw was his father, the Taoist Yuqin. Yuqin was bisected at the waist, his upper body holding a sword, eyes wide open with anger, collapsed to the ground. Blood mixed with viscera flowed from his waist, already cold. Ku Chan's body shook, and his eyes blurred for a moment. Despite anticipating what he would find, seeing it now was still. He opened his mouth, immense sorrow washed over him like an ocean, completely filling his chest, making it almost impossible to breathe. He stepped forward, reached out, gently smoothed and closed his father's wide eyes. Then he stood up and continued forward. Next, he saw his mother. Her body was trampled into a mash, with only her head remaining, full of anger, lying to the side, eyes glaring, as if she were screaming something. He went over and closed her eyes too. By now his tears had wet his face, dripping onto the hem of his tattered Taoist robe. His body also began to shake slightly. Then there was Inger. Inger knelt on the ground, her corpse still relatively intact. Only the torso had a giant hole the size of a human head. Kuchan slowly walked up to the body. He bowed his head, the sword blade drooping, the powerless sword tip piercing the ground. He reached out again to touch. Wait, no. This isn't Inger. This is the purple cloud substitute technique. Suddenly his expression changed, and with a gentle push, Inger's corpse instantly shattered, like porcelain, turning into ash and scattering across the ground. Chapter 368. She's still alive. She's not dead yet. At this moment, the huge change in emotions from sorrow to a glimpse of hope made Kuchan's face flush red with surging blood. He quickly examined the traces and realized that it was likely a technique unleashed by his father, Yuqin, before his death that protected and sent Inger away. Inger! Kuchan straightened his body and followed the traces left by the Tao breath, hastening his steps towards the distance. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. On the outskirts of the Zai Palace mountain ranges, rings of military defense lines encircled the massive gray clouds within. Helicopters patrolled non-stop, monitoring round the clock. Teams were periodically sent into the interior, trying to gather intelligence in a strategic manner. The logistics teams continuously transported debris and animal carcasses, forming continuous orange lines. Yu Hong observed the exterior situation from afar, choosing not to directly contact the official Taoist sect. From his previous experiences, he felt there were significant issues in how the Taoist sect handled the source disaster. Rather than that, he decided to continue building the Mutual Aid Alliance, undermining the Taoist sect and creating a new sect. A few kilometers away from the encirclement, he parked his car in the wilderness and proceeded on foot. On the gray serpentine road, Yu Hong stood halfway up the mountain, looking at the gray clouds inside the encirclement. The gray clouds resembled a gigantic living creature, seemingly writhing and devouring everything inside Zai Palace. Yu Hong did not rush in but instead activated his mind. Whoosh! In an instant, numerous black dragon lizards appeared in the shadows behind him. Go inside and have a look, he instructed. With a swooshing sound, more than 20 dragon lizards rapidly charged towards the area enveloped by the gray clouds. This time, I need to test the limit of my strength against the spirit disaster. How strong can I be after several enhancements of spirit light? I must clarify this, otherwise, I might overestimate myself later, Yu Hong pondered. This was also the reason he had to come here alone. He had many secrets to keep. If he unleashed them one by one, it wouldn't be easy to keep them secret with someone else around. Soon, with the shared vision capability of the dragon lizards, he slowly moved forward and stepped off the edge of the road cliff. Puff! His body fell free, slowly descending towards the lower levels. Acceleration from slow to fast. Hundreds of meters in mid-air, the wind whistled louder and louder beside Yu Hong. He breathed softly. Buzz! His body suddenly lit up with a white phosphorescent glow. Agrius! Boom! A giant black shadow flashed from behind him, precisely catching his body, then landed on the cliff, clinging to the cliff face, and quickly crawled towards the distant gray clouds. In no time, Yu Hong quietly bypassed the official encirclement using Agrius's cover, making it seem like only a patch of grayish-black mist had drifted by. Finally, he successfully sneaked into the inner part of the Zai Palace Mountains. Puff! In a dense forest, Yu Hong stood on Agrius's back, silently landing, standing in front of a vast expanse of gray clouds. The gray clouds were rolling turbulently, less than 1 meter away from him. Yu Hong gazed at the gray clouds, slowly extending his hand to touch them. Sizzle! The moment the gray clouds touched, they clung to his hand like living worms. But they were quickly countered and neutralized by the white light on Yu Hong's body. Let's go! Yu Hong commanded in a low voice and actively stepped forward into the gray mist. The dragon lizards had already entered before him, but they couldn't share their vision. It seems I have to check it out myself. Agrias carried Yu Hong quickly through the gray fog. Surrounding them was a gray and dead silence with no insect sounds or birds chirping, only the rustling noise of the wind stirring the leaves. After rushing deeper for a few hundred meters, Agrias suddenly stopped and looked forward. Ahead, a thin figure holding a firewood knife stood silently on the withered, yellow grassland. Despite the cover of gray fog, it was clear the figure was a woodcutter, but curiously, his upper body was bare, and his skin showed visible gray markings. Yu Hong's mind acted. A dragon lizard silently pounced from the side, spitting out a dark red line of fire. Puff, the woodcutter did not dodge and was hit directly by the fire line. Fire corroded and sizzled, but this seemed to startle the other party. Roar! The woodcutter roared lowly, like a wild beast, rushing towards the dragon lizard. Flames were still burning on his body as if pain didn't affect him, swiftly sprinting to the dragon lizard's face to slash. Ding! The knife struck the dragon lizard's face, sparking flames. Its scales could resist gunfire and paid no mind to such attacks. Yet, not minding the attack, the dragon lizard also roared lowly, swinging its tail instinctively forward. Bang! The firewood-cutting woodcutter was harshly hit on the neck, his cervical bone snapping instantly. He flew more than 10 meters away, rolling on the ground several times, but soon he got up again. Ignoring his broken neck, he continued approaching the dragon lizard upright. A living dead? Yu Hong frowned. Immediately, he left the dragon lizard to entangle with the opponent while he took the rest of the team to rush deeper inside. Passing through a small patch of forest, large patches of land appeared like bald spots burnt black. On these grounds, everything including grass and trees was burnt to black ash by high temperatures. Yu Hong took out the multimeter and saw the spiritual value fluctuating around 17. His vigilance increased. He continued forward. The forest started to thin out, and traces of human habitation, such as log cabins, gradually became more common. Some even had signs for tourist resorts. Soon, he encountered the same type of gray-patterned skinned dead people as before. A group of soldiers in armed police uniforms, holding firearms, hazily charged towards Yu Hong. Similarly, black dragon lizards leaped out from behind Yu Hong, blocking these living dead. Agrias, on the other hand, set his sights on a 3-meter-tall humanoid snake-headed monster in silver armor behind the group. This monster held a silver spear, wore a silver mask, and had a single red, upward-bending facial tendril that swayed with its movements. Thump, thump, thump. As the snake-headed humanoid's heavy footsteps approached, the value on Yu Hong's multimeter shot from double digits to triple digits. It quickly fluctuated around 380, equivalent to the spiritual strength of a seasoned temple master. Agrias, tear him apart. Yu Hong patted the enormous lizard by his side. With a thunderous boom, Agrias, over 30 meters long, charged towards the opponent like a train. A flash of golden electricity. The monster raised its spear in an attempt to block horizontally, but the disparity in size and weight was too great. It happened in the blink of an eye. Boom! The monster vanished from Yu Hong's sight. It was forcefully slammed by Agrias into the vast forest behind them. Golden electric light flared up in the mist, emitting a piercing crackling sound. After about half a minute, Agrias turned into black mist and returned to Yu Hong's side, recondensing. The snake-headed humanoid did not reappear. It was clearly defeated. Yu Hong noticed a slight bulge in Agrias' abdomen and wondered if it had eaten the creature. Continue. He mentally noted that Agrias had effortlessly handled a spirit disaster monster with temple master-level spiritual fluctuations. This outing was not only to verify his own strength, but also to test the limits of the power he could wield. The living dead nearby were quickly dealt with one by the dragon lizards. Yu Hong let the dragon lizards hunt freely while Agrias was also released to slowly explore towards Zai Palace. He then strolled at the rear, gradually moving forward. Soon, after encountering the snake-headed humanoid 3 more times, a stronger dragon-headed humanoid in golden armor appeared before Yu Hong. It had already started fighting Agrias ahead. This creature, also over 3 meters tall, emitted fluctuations far weaker than the first dragon-headed humanoid Yu Hong encountered. Yet, its strength was much greater than the previous snake-headed humanoids. It also bore numerous wounds and dents. Agrias was also covered in scars, but unlike the humanoid, its injuries automatically healed and disappeared with a flash of black mist. This was Yu Hong using the heavenly river to heal it. Hiss! Roar! The two monsters charged at each other again in front of Yu Hong. Boom! A massive collision. They clashed and wrestled on the ground. Their strengths seemed comparable, with Agrias having a slight edge in brute force but lacking the agility of the opponent. They seemed evenly matched, locked in a stalemate. Yu Hong took out the multimeter and checked the spiritual fluctuations. 812.732. He looked up at Agrias, surrounded by golden electric arcs. It seemed it had used all available means, but still couldn't defeat the dragon-headed golden armor. It seems this is your limit for now. He put away the multimeter, shaking his head slightly. He wasn't sure what class the dragon-headed golden armor was among spirit disasters, but Agrias' limit was now clear. It hadn't reached 1,000. Staring at the roaring, struggling dragon-headed humanoid, Yu Hong's gaze narrowed slightly. It seems I need to take action myself, without utilizing techniques, since using techniques here with his mere 100+ Dao breath spiritual value would be a waste and equivalent to feeding the enemy. Daoist skills, from the beginning, were his way to find a complete solution to the black disaster to compensate his weak points. Now, they were best used just for protection. So, Yu Hong raised his right hand, forming it into a blade. Test Item 1. Cover with 10% inner strength. White light flowed over the surface of the hand blade like ripples. He took steps towards the opponent. Then, whoosh! In an instant, Yu Hong had vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind the dragon-headed humanoid. Without turning around, he lowered his hand, flicking off a drop of golden blood from his fingertips. He moved away forward. Behind him, right in the middle of the dragon-headed man's chest, there was a thump, and it explosively burst open, forming a hideous, large gash. This gash burst forth with large amounts of golden blood, completely splitting its body in two, severing it horizontally. Roar! Amidst the howling, the body of the dragon-headed humanoid shattered, turning into countless wisps of gray mist that dissipated into nothing. Chapter 369. Between the dense forest lands, gray mist pervaded, with stooped black silhouettes slowly swaying as they walked about. These figures were carrying pitch-black pouches, bending their bodies, emitting bursts of wails unconsciously, reminiscent of an old man's groans. Who? In an instant, a breeze blew by. Suddenly, there appeared a burly figure in the woods. Yu Hong frowned as he looked at the figures in front of him. The dragon lizard has disappeared again. Entering here, it vanished in a flash, losing contact. It seems to be the spiritual domain, and it's very likely a wide expanse. His expression grew increasingly grim, unable to connect with Agrias's senses either. It seems I can only rely on myself now. Along the forest land, he took steps further in. Different from the previous spirit disaster monsters, these stooped figures completely ignored him even as he approached within 10 meters. Yu Hong walked up to one of the figures carrying a pouch, taking a careful look. This was an elderly man with white hair whose skin was festering all over, his face covered in densely packed pustules, and his features indistinguishable. The aging skin exposed on his arms and lower legs beneath his trousers further indicated his age. If it were just that, at most he would be an old man looking to be in agonizing pain from illness. But the black cloth bag on his back changed everything. Who knows what was inside that pouch, bulging as if something alive was squirming and heaving within. The old man gripped the neck of the pouch tightly with both hands, shuffling forward step by step, his movements arduous and slow. When Yu Hong got close, he could smell an indescribable foul stench, strange and unnatural, evoking thoughts of dryness, dust, and darkness. The other didn't attack him. and he didn't bother doing anything himself. After observing for a bit, he walked past this group of old men carrying black pouches. The further he walked in, the denser the number of the pouch carriers became. Yu Hong ventured in for over 10 minutes, and the number of pouch carriers he saw had exceeded over 1,000. Moreover, the environmental data on the multimeter had skyrocketed to over 100 in intensity. This had reached his current limit of spiritual height. Here, this was merely the environmental value of the spiritual fluctuations disseminated by the spirit disaster monsters. This made his heart grow heavier. Crossing hill after hill, gradually the number of pouch carriers began to decrease. In their place were densely packed black meat pouches covering the ground. Each of these pouches was the size of a wash basin, their surfaces gleaming as if they were balloons, expanding and contracting as if breathing. They grew on the ground with large root systems beneath, seemingly absorbing nutrients from the earth. Yu Hong tried to approach one of the meat pouches, squatting down to reach out and touch. Without the dragon, lizard, and Agrius, he seemed to be not seen as an enemy here. His hand lightly brushed over the thin membrane on the surface of the meat pouch, cool to the touch like rubbing a ballooned bladder. Even through the membrane, he could feel countless tiny insects scurrying about inside. Yu Hong took out the multimeter, attached it, and took a measurement. 1,234.138. The spiritual fluctuation data inside was clearly compounded together. Such a high value indicated a large number of small entities hidden within. Without disturbing these creatures, he stood up and continued deeper. Several hundreds of meters into the depths, he could gradually see the extensive ruins of the Zai Palace. However, around these gray-white buildings, there were quite a few clusters of silver-armored snake-headed entities patrolling. Among them, a few golden-armored dragon-headed entities were mixed. They've actually formed an organization. This was the first time Yu Hong had seen the source disaster exhibit such strong organization. This gave him an extremely ominous premonition. After carefully observing the existing number of spirit disaster entities and making sure, he slowly walked out of the forest and directly towards the Taoist palace. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, hundreds of the silver-armored snake-headed entities all turned their heads in unison to look in his direction. Dense spiritual fluctuations, like a barrage of arrows, locked onto Yu Hong instantly. The data on his multimeter soared to tens of thousands, putting away the meter. This is a test. Yu Hong extended his right hand, palm shaped like a blade, covered in a layer of white luminescent inner strength. Still inner strength at 10%. Using mere physical strength would not hit these creatures. Only by combining it with inner strength could he actually strike and harm them. Swoosh! As soon as Yu Hong's words fell, he turned into a white streak, rushing like lightning into the midst of the spirit disaster crowd. His hand blade casually cleaved through, and with a single slash through the crowd, spirit disaster bodies were cut open and exploded. Boom, 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 boom. After a few seconds, hundreds of the snake-headed entities present had all exploded, turning into countless wisps of gray fog and vanishing. The golden-armored dragon-headed entities, on the other hand, held long spears and began to rush towards Yu Hong. Kneel down! Kneel down! Kneel down! Waves of spiritual fluctuations impacted Yu Hong's mind, but they were blocked by his own spiritual power combined with inner strength. His own spiritual power, combined with the amplification of the Inheritance Tao artifact Guanghan, had already reached over 300. Although it was still a small amount, when added to his inner strength and a strand of divine intent within the Tao artifact, it seemed not difficult to block such a distant spiritual shock. Inner strength can indeed block spiritual shocks, but when not deploying inner strength, one is extremely vulnerable. Now that Yu Hong had activated his inner strength, he was like a child wearing heavy armor. The inner strength was the armor. However, he could not keep burning inner strength all the time, remaining in that explosive state. His inner strength was not so plentiful as to sustain burning continuously. Therefore, increasing his own spiritual strength had become the only choice. Fortunately, he didn't really test how much spiritual shock he could withstand, but promptly covered his entire body with inner chi to isolate the shock. This was like adding an extra layer of necessarily tough shell outside his body. As long as his inner strength wasn't exhausted, he would be fine. Gazing at the dozen or so golden armor dragon-headed men charging at him, Yu Hong raised his hand, wielding only 10% of his strength, and took the initiative to meet the attack.
Bang!
The first dragon-headed man brushed past him. Its body instantly exploded into countless golden dots, followed by the dots turning into gray mist, completely vanishing. Then came the second one. Yu Hong ducked to avoid a thrusting spear, raising his hand and sweeping it forward. Swoosh! The chests of two dragon-headed men were torn open on the spot, spouting golden blood and retreating with agonized screams. Then came 3 spear tips stabbing toward Yu Hong from 3 directions. This time, it was too late to change tactics. Yu Hong simply stopped dodging, tensed his muscles throughout his body, and covered himself with inner strength. Clang, clang, clang. 3 crisp sounds rang out, as all 3 spear tips stabbed onto his body without sparks. Instead, an indescribable sense of dizziness surged into his mind. Is this dizziness purely spiritual piercing? He understood in his heart, and his hand wielding the hand sword swung forward to slash. But this time he peculiarly found something wrong. The speed of his slash seemed to have slowed down. Soon, 3 more dragon-headed men were sliced apart, exploding into pieces. And Yu Hong was stabbed 2 more times. This time, the change he felt was even greater. His speed at striking and slashing was significantly slower than at the beginning. Hit once. There is a slight dizziness and a reduction in speed.
Yu Hong realised.
The rules of dragon-headed men seem to be just that. Moreover, with their own strength and speed both fast, moving at least 100 yards and able to ignore physical inertia for swift direction changes. Such monsters, if replaced by an average magician, even the great mages with strong spiritual power like Qing Huang, would likely be in danger. He carefully observed the patterns of the dragon-headed men. After about several minutes, he roughly figured out their metrics. Their stationary burst strength is about 30 tons, sprint speed unknown, but due to the lack of physical inertia, the strength should be similar, not much variation. Their protective strength is strong. The golden armor is not for show and should withstand ordinary gunshots. Their bodies are physical entities but can harm spiritual power, and, after charging for a while, they can temporarily transform into a gray cloud form, immune to physical attacks. Yu Hong's hand sword cut a dragon-headed man that had dissolved into a gray cloud in the head area. The hand sword hit nothing. He retracted his hand without surprise, feeling he was hit in the back by spears twice more. By now, his speed had noticeably dropped quite a lot. From the initial 200 yards or so, it had dropped to less than 100, which was slower than these surrounding dragon-headed men. In front of the Zai Palace, on the spacious forest clearing, after realizing that he could not catch up with the enemy, Yu Hong simply stopped and stood still, letting the spears hit his body. 1/10 of strength seems not enough to completely avoid multiple dragon-headed men, so he stretched out his hand, and the inner strength on the back of his hand shone even brighter. Now it's 2/10. Boom! With a single hand, he accurately grabbed a spear coming at him and pulled forcefully. The colossal strength enhanced by inner strength instantly pulled the towering dragon-headed man closer. Boom! Another muffled sound, and with his free left hand, he punched the dragon-headed man's head, shattering it. Golden blood rained down on the ground, emitting a faint white smoke. The dragon-headed man collapsed to the ground, turning into gray mist, and his body along with its equipment all disintegrated and vanished. Not only that, all the spears coming at him were caught by his bare hands, pulled closer, and he burst their heads one after another. Within a mere 10 seconds, the last of the dragon-headed men in the field had all disappeared under Yu Hong's fists. As all the dragon-headed men collapsed into mist, the sensation of being slowed and weighted down on Yu Hong's body also quickly dissipated. Have to kill off an entire group to lift this slowdown state? That's quite difficult. Yu Hong guessed whether these dragon-headed men had already formed a small-scale spiritual domain, which made it so challenging. Having cleared the entrance of the Taoist palace, He glanced at the broken gate on the ground and stepped inside. In fact, coming here this time, he had harbored a sliver of hope for rescuing the Feixia sword that had once supported Qingchun Temple. But unfortunately, only upon really arriving here did he realize how laughable his previous thoughts were. The entire Zai Palace, as far as the eye could see, was in shambles, barely a single building intact. Some grounds still bore huge footprints akin to those of black giants. Some buildings were stacked on one another, as if grabbed and used as tools by some giant to smash. Other houses were completely flattened into a large patchwork carpet, seemingly crushed into the ground by something extremely heavy. Chapter 370. Yu Hong single-handedly covered his inner strength, walking slowly inside. As he walked, he also positioned the recently encountered squad of dragonmen in his mind. He did this to dispatch forces accordingly, instead of solving everything by himself. A squad of about 15 dragonmen should be able to handle the black giants in the Black Disaster. These guys are agile, fast, have high defenses, can switch to a physical immunity state, and can also enforce decreed slowdown and dizziness interrupts. If this kind of dizziness and slowdown works on the black giants, then given their large size, once targeted, they are likely to be continuously interrupted and dizzied until they slow down to a state of complete immobility. From this, Yu Hong could generally judge the Dragonmen squad as war level. Because the black giant in itself actually belongs to the pinnacle of level 9, just a bit short of war level. Have I already encountered war level monsters without even meeting the main character? He sighed slightly, arriving by a small lake filled with floating objects. The lake water bobbed with a variety of objects. Some were clothes, some were pots and pans, and there were also wooden beams from houses. From afar it looked colorful, chaotic, and filthy. The lake water had turned a faint brownish red. It was unclear whether it was because too much blood had flowed into it, or... Yu Hong reached the lakeside and smelled a faint scent of blood. Without thinking, he knew where the red color in the lake came from. He looked up. The main buildings of Zai Palace in the distance had also collapsed significantly, with only a bowl-shaped main hall remaining in the innermost area, less damaged and relatively intact. That should be the last stand. He took steps towards that direction. However, he hadn't walked far. Suddenly, a violent tremor came from ahead. Boom! Silently, a footprint several meters in diameter appeared on the ground. Immediately after, a gust of foul wind howled towards him. It was as if an invisible giant object in the air was rapidly approaching him. Yu Hong's expression changed slightly, his hand forming a seal, and the improved catastrophe spirit talisman magic was activated instantly. A ring of white light exploded around his eyes. This was a refined talisman technique capable of detecting the spiritual domain. Essentially, it was also a magic that could be released through a technique. The next moment, he saw it. A golden spear as thick as a water bucket descended from the sky, slanting down with a crash. The spear was engraved with white dragon patterns all over, and the tip of the spear faintly emitted a soft, colorful light. This burst of speed had already exceeded Yu Hong's limit to dodge. The opponent was too fast, not that it was faster than his thunderbolt leg, but that the incident happened too suddenly, leaving him too little time to react. There was too little space and time, it was too late. In an instant, Yu Hong's right hand shone brightly with white light, raised to block. Boom! Successive rings of transparent airwaves exploded between him and the spear. Yu Hong's legs sank deep into the ground up to his waist, but his right hand firmly blocked the descending golden spear tip. 40% effort. He estimated the power spent, only 40% of his inner strength combined with his physical strength managed to block the spear. Very strong. Yu Hong looked up at the owner of the spear. Is it actually someone familiar? When he saw the opponent, he was slightly stunned. The opponent was also a dragonman, but much bigger than the previous ones, over 10 meters tall, sitting on a cloud like a small mountain, looking down here. It held the golden spear with both hands. The attack just now was a sudden sneak attack it launched. Apart from these, there were also gold-colored mane like a lion's, a third eye on its forehead, and 3 white dragon horns on its head, indicating that this guy was not in the same league as the other golden-armored dragonmen. Seeing a true god. Why don't you kneel? Upon seeing the opponent, a deafening familiar roar exploded in Yu Hong's mind. Immense spiritual pressure surged over him, attempting to force him to kneel. 50%. Yu Hong's expression remained calm. The white light in his right hand brightened further. Boom! The immense inner strength of the Tai Ling skill fiercely surged upwards, breaking through that spiritual pressure trying to force him to kneel. The two forces canceled each other out, the inner strength obviously a bit stronger. The excess energy escaped from Yu Hong's body, turning into a gentle white light stream, flying back towards the opponent. But the Dragon Man waved it off with a hand, dispersing it in the air into countless white light spots. Descendant of the moon, I spared your life last time, and you dare to steal my star stone. A crime of the utmost severity. D. This special three-eyed dragon man stood up from the cloud and leaped down. Even though its massive body over 10 meters tall landed, there was not a single sound or motion. It landed silently half-kneeling and then stood up. Instant virtualization and then materialization? Yu Hong saw the opponent's tactic. This guy virtualized into a cloud of mist as it landed to eliminate the weight impact, then turned back into solid form. Because this sequence of changes was extremely quick, it was hard to notice without careful observation. Since we can communicate, may I ask a few questions? This was the first time he had encountered a spirit disaster that could speak so much. Maybe before fighting, he could extract some information from it. Star Stone Thief, you must die. The three-eyed dragon man didn't heed him at all. Its golden spear swung rapidly, forming a light wheel, then paused abruptly. The spear burst forth with a blinding golden light. At the same time, the entire massive body of the three-eyed dragon man suddenly disappeared, leaving only a virtual image of the golden spear in its place. Yu Hong's face tensed. He immediately turned around, raising his hand to grab. Boom! The golden spear appeared behind him unknowingly and swung down on his head again. A terrifying force of thousands of tons smashed down like mountains. Yu Hong's body was also smashed into the ground like a nail, completely disappearing from sight. The ground was also smashed, bursting open with large cracks. Rubble flew, and dust filled the sky. The three-eyed dragon man, having successfully struck, was about to jump again. But this jump was still slow. Boom! The ground under its feet burst instantly, and under the flying sand and rocks, Yu Hong's body was covered with white light as he burst out of the ground, his hands precisely grabbing the shaft of the spear. Get up! Yu Hong's muscles bulged, and with the amplification of inner strength, he suddenly unleashed a massive force, astonishingly lifting the entire three-eyed dragon man through the golden spear. Whooshing through the air, the golden spear, along with the three-eyed dragon man, traced a perfect arc in the mid-air, crashing down like a cannonball onto a pile of already collapsed building ruins. Boom! The ruins were smashed into even smaller pieces. Countless pieces of rubble flew like bullets, even splashing white waves on a nearby small lake. Thief! Moo! Accompanied by a dragon's roar, the three-eyed dragon man climbed up from the ruins, its body rapidly shrinking, transforming into a 3-meter-tall stature similar to other dragon men. Hissing, it roared upwards, its speed exploding in an instant, vanishing from its spot. This surge in speed caught Yu Hong off guard. The enhanced speed was too dramatic, causing a significant disparity in his focused response. The next second, a colossal force, at least exceeding 3,000 tons, more troubling, beyond the massive force. There was an irrational, unknown power that abruptly paused Yu Hong's thoughts. By the time he regained his senses, he had already been hit. Inner strength automatically protected his body, with over 80% of his inner strength instantly filling his arms, firmly blocking the incoming golden spear. Bang! Yu Hong's body flew backward, crashing into a pile of Taoist palace ruins behind him. Like the three-eyed dragon man, he also caused a lot of rubble to explode, dust flying everywhere. Boom! The next moment, the ruins burst apart. Yu Hong walked out from it, his body glowing with a faint white inner strength. His hair ignited into white flames, standing on end. His muscles had swelled significantly compared to before. His height reached 2.5 meters, only slightly shorter than the opponent. The moment of impact causes a pause in thought. Is this one of your rules? This level of spirit disaster was definitely not a regular character, certainly a special monster with its own spiritual domain. Strong in body, strong in spiritual shock, and possessing unforeseen spiritual domain rules. This hexagonal warrior is incredibly powerful. Thief! Damn! The three-eyed dragon man seems only capable of a few simple responses. It swung the golden spear, transforming it back into a golden disc. Then it abruptly paused. The golden spear stiffened, leaving behind a dazzling afterimage. It disappeared from its spot. Appearing once again behind Yu Hong, the golden spear swung down. But this time, it was preempted by Yu Hong turning and kicking. Bang! In that instant, the air itself was whipped into an explosion by the kick. Yu Hong's leg struck the three-eyed dragon man's waist just as the golden spear was falling. Since there's no capacity to think, no need for thought then. A massive roar erupted between the two. The two figures flew backward simultaneously, crashing hard into the ground behind them, slicing the earth with two long, slender black slashes like daggers. Yu Hong quickly got up, his white light brightening, inner strength blazing. He charged towards his foe. In this state, his defense, speed, and strength were all significantly enhanced. After discovering the opponent's two rules, he now perceived a third. Continuously forcing the opponent to block or getting hit multiple times will inevitably lead to some significant change. On Yu Hong's right arm, golden daffodil-like patterns began to appear. Even inner strength infused with cosmic divine light could only slowly erode and neutralize these patterns. Just moments ago, when he saw the golden patterns on his body, a sharp intuition surged in his heart. Then, recalling the changes from the appearance of the patterns until now, Yu Hong guessed that this was also one of the spiritual domain rules mastered by the three-eyed dragon man. Thus, he made a decisive move, activating inner chi, covering his whole body, burning at full capacity. Come again! The white flame on his body rose even higher. With this complete unleashing of power, in the ruins of Zai Palace, the three-eyed dragon man, holding the golden spear, found its speed and strength completely suppressed. For a time, it could only stand there, continuously thrusting around, but every spear completely missed. Only streaks of white lines were seen, rapidly weaving around it, like arrows repeatedly piercing through its body. After confirming that the three-eyed dragon man had no other rules, Yu Hong never let it touch him again. Even if the opponent turned into a gray cloud, he could use inner strength to forcibly disperse it even further. After half a minute, following a painful dragon's roar, the three-eyed dragon man looked up and roared, its body riddled with wounds, and exploded with a bang, turning into a vast gray mist, completely covering hundreds of meters around. Swoosh! Yu Hong gently landed, standing on a broken stone pillar, the golden patterns on his body also fading and disappearing with the vanishing of the three-eyed dragon man. Chapter 371. Three-eyed dragon man. Absolutely war level already. With one spear thrust, this guy can forcefully immobilize an opponent momentarily, which is even more unreasonable than causing dizziness, not to mention instantaneous movement, virtualization, and potentially unknown methods after multiple hits. Fast and frighteningly strong. He exhaled. Yu Hong lightly jumped down from the stone column. Most of his Taoist robe had already been damaged during the recent battle. He simply tore off the upper half of the robe, tied the remnants around his waist, revealing his rock-like muscles, and headed towards the final bullhorn hall. But after just a few steps, he suddenly halted. He looked up towards the sky to his right. Whoosh! A slight breeze blew, picking up some sand and dust. Boom! Suddenly, an overwhelming, terrifying pressure, like a tidal wave, covered all areas around him, rushing and submerging onto Yu Hong. Even though he was burning with inner strength under such conditions, he was still being pressed so much that his bones creaked. His mind went blank, with even his thoughts immobilized. The Tai Ling skill's inner strength within his body instinctively erupted with maximum strength, fighting against the external pressure. Boom! Yu Hong's body ignited with even more intense white flames. This time it was a double inner strength burn. His overall strength and quality surged dramatically under the double-boosted burning. Under such resistance, Yu Hong gradually recovered his immobilized thoughts, coming back to his senses. He quickly looked down at his multifunction watch, 729,238.124. The exaggerated numbers made his breathing pause slightly. He lifted his head and looked in the direction of the pressure. There, in midair, stood a figure in a white Taoist robe, holding a horsetail whisk. His head surrounded by a colorful mirror, floating cross-legged, as if observing something below. Around the Taoist, whether it be the clouds above or the mountains and ground around, all formed a huge invisible spherical shape centered on him, as if the massive pressure emanating from him had forcibly squeezed out a spherical cavity. Wow, definitely a top-tier monster. Afraid that without Thunderbolt transformation, I wouldn't even have the qualifications to get close. Yu Hong's heart chilled. The opponent was definitely more than just war level, at least 10 times stronger than the three-eyed dragon man just now. From such a distance, he could still measure a spiritual wave radiation value of over 700,000. Ah! Suddenly, a furious human roar came drifting from afar. Yu Hong focused his gaze, but the view was blocked and he couldn't see anything. He only felt a familiar aura, which soared intensely for a moment, then turned into a purple fire meteor, charging towards the Kai Jing Taoist in midair. But the purple fire meteor only got within 10 meters of the Taoist before it collapsed spontaneously in midair. From within the meteor, a charred figure fell from high above and landed below with a puff, disappearing from sight. Ku Chan? Yu Hong recognized the owner of the purple fire meteor's aura, and his expression changed instantly. He was eager to go to the rescue, but the monster Taoist's mental strength was too exaggerated. He felt that if he went now, he might end up having to fight the guy. Although his Thunderbolt transformation was powerful, honestly, this was the first time he felt he had no chance of winning. Was it worth it to save a Ku Chan? While Yu Hong was still weighing the options in his mind, Ku Chan's purple aura flashed by and rose again, turning into a meteor that blasted off into the distance. The guy actually escaped unharmed, and his speed increased explosively, disappearing from Yu Hong's sight within a few moments. Wow! Can he even fly? He choked for a few seconds, then speechlessly looked away. The Kai Jing Taoist still sat cross-legged in the void, not caring, just gently waving his horsetail whisk. SSSSSSSS. In an instant, countless whisk threads fell from his hand, like beams of light. As each thread touched the ground, it inflated like a balloon and instantly turned into spirit disaster monsters, identical to the three-eyed dragon man from before. The dense and overwhelming aura, like a pot lid, layered on top of each other, pushed the multifunction watch's data to over 10 million in an instant. At the same time, the vast area of the ground around also began to lift up countless white light spots. These light spots bore the blurred outlines of animals, insects, and even humans. They differed in size, with humans being the largest, animals second, and insects the smallest. All the light spots soared upwards, converging towards the flowing colorful light around the Kai Jing Taoist's head. This scene was as if the Taoist was devouring the souls of myriad spirits. Yu Hong saw this from afar, his scalp tingling, and without another word, he turned around and left. No handling this, no dealing with it. He'd consider returning after mastering the ultimate sun. Now, going there would be suicidal. Didn't he see that even with Ku Chan unleashing full strength, he couldn't even get close to that Kai Jing Taoist? Since he had confirmed that Zai Palace had no survivors, staying was pointless. Yu Hong sprinted back in one breath, quickly returning to where he had parked earlier, and without hesitation, he turned around and left. Sitting in the car, he put on a Taoist robe again and quickly called Yu Hen. The woo-woo of the car window's airflow blowing into the car made his violently beating heart gradually cool down. The situation just now, had he hesitated even a bit, Getting surrounded would have meant certain death. He might be able to easily deal with the three-eyed Dragon Man using Thunderbolt transformation, but that number, at least 100 or more, coming at him all at once, giving him no chance to react, would keep him immobilized until death. Beep, waiting for the call to be answered. Soon, the call was picked up on the other end. Zheng Ro, how is it going? What's happening at Zai Palace? Everyone is dead. Only Ku Chan escaped. Yu Hong sighed. I went inside to look. It's too tragic. The place is in ruins, and dead bodies have turned into monsters because of the spirit disaster. They are invulnerable to traditional weapons, and their speed and strength are formidable, and they can infect others. In addition, there are many monsters that are absolutely beyond the war level, very dangerous. The entire Zai Palace, the third among the 9 sects, such a large sect. Upon hearing the words, Yu Hen fell silent for quite some time before finally speaking up again. Really, just like that, gone? Not only gone, but there also appeared a terrifying spirit disaster monster. I saw Ku Chan burst out with all his power, and he couldn't even get close to that thing. Yu Hong said seriously. It can't be true. What about the sky stabilizing plate? Would it allow such a monster to come in? Yu Hen questioned. I'm not sure, but... At this moment, Yu Hong recalled the Kai Jing Taoist monster he saw just now and still felt a chill down his spine. Just one glance from afar had instinctively put his body on high alert. This was the kind of intense sense of crisis one got when facing an extremely menacing foe. However, that creature is too terrifying. I need to notify the higher-ups of the Taoist sect and the Seven Evil Alliance immediately. Help me contact the Taoist sect. I need to have a direct conversation with their high echelons. It's urgent. Your esteemed connections run wide. Please help. I have wide connections, not wide capabilities. Do you think I'm the contemporary heavenly master? Just contact high-ups as you wish. Yu Hen said irritably. Think of a way. Our Qingqin Temple's reputation with spirit light should no longer be the same as before. Our influence now should definitely be greater than before. Could you please try again? Yu Hong urged in a grave tone. I could let go of the Taoist sect, but the Seven Evil Alliance. Yu Hen hesitated. The Seven Evil Alliance are not good people, that's true, but no matter what, I'm afraid that the monster seems to be devouring souls, and if it keeps getting stronger and more troublesome after consuming them, that's going to be problematic. Moreover, I suspect that the Seven Evil Alliance is not aware that fully unleashing the Black Disaster and Spirit Disaster could bring upon an apocalypse. Notifying them in time is also about preserving more vitality for future battles against humans and spirit disasters. Yu Hong answered earnestly. Yu Hen was left speechless. All right, Master. Please make the contact now. We don't have much time. I will notify the encirclement surrounding the Zai Palace Mountains first. Let them start to... Yu Hong wanted to say to start retreating. But he suddenly realized that if the encirclement was withdrawn, what could the millions of city residents do in the face of such a staggering calamity? Wait to die. Screech. Suddenly, the car made an emergency stop and came to a halt. He sat in the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel tightly, lost in thought. Beep beep. A text message arrived from the elder Taoist Yu Hen, providing 2 phone numbers, internal ones, with direct lines to 2 heavenly masters of the Taoist sect, saying he might have to call several times. Regarding the encirclement, he said he would notify and contact them, informing them of the situation under the name of the Spirit Light Mutual Aid Alliance, and the decision would be left to the officials. Yu Hong quickly dialed the first number of the Taoist sect. Beep. The long wait began. Once, no answer. Twice, thrice, 4 times. He clicked open the door and stepped out of the car, dragging it aside to avoid blocking the road. Then he walked to the edge of the cliff, looking in the direction of the encirclement surrounding Zai Palace. The military vehicles there had indeed begun to slowly evacuate. Evidently, Elder Taoist Yu Hen was resourceful, using some means to make the soldiers and magicians there immediately set off and leave. Feeling a bit relieved, Yu Hong focused on repeatedly dialing the numbers. After a while, with no one picking up, he then sent a message to Qing Huang. asking for a direct contact method to Long Qingzi. He decided to talk to these top tiers himself to ascertain their stance on the spirit disaster Black Disaster. And he tried to convince them with his own true facts. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Amid the continuous mountain forests, far from Zai Palace, on the way to Yunshu Mountain, the home of Taoist sect ancestors, a flash of purple light suddenly landed, and swiftly jumped onto a motorcycle, speeding towards the distance at full throttle. Within the purple light, Ku Chan, covered in blood, had half of his face, including the eye, nose and ear, all charred by some strong corrosive liquid, leaving only black charred remnants, still emitting white smoke and hissing. One of his arms hung limply at his side, while his other arm tightly embraced his unconscious fiancée Inger, barely managing to steer the motorcycle. Blood was flowing down from where the two of them were in close contact, flung into indiscernible droplets by the high-speed motion. Inger's face had long since lost all color, deathly pale, rushing wildly, not knowing how much time had passed. Suddenly, Inger's eyelids tremble, and she slowly opens a crack. "Jin Ji, is it you?" "It's me. I'm here. I'm by your side." Ku Chan's spirits lifted, and he hurriedly responded. "I haven't had the chance to tell you." Inger struggled to breathe, squeezing out words. "I'm carrying your child." Ku Chan's expression trembled, but feeling his fiancée growing colder by the moment, tears burst forth from his eyes. "I'm almost at the ancestor court. Yunshu Mountain has many Taoist skills and magic. There must be a way to save you. Hang in there. You must hang in there." Ku Chan hugged Inger tightly, his voice almost begging. "Mom and Dad, they're very happy." Inger seemed not to hear him anymore, mumbling on her own. "They even said they were going to have a big wedding. I promise you, I definitely will." As soon as he thought of his parents already dead, Ku Chan's tears once again blurred his vision. Chapter 372. The immense grief, like waves, surged and battered against his mental defenses. "Dad, just now you cast a spell, told me to hide. I'm a bit worried. How are Mom and Dad?" Inger was still asking. They're all right?" Ku Chan's face was covered with tears and snot, blown away by the strong wind behind him. He choked on his response. "You need to hold on. Get well soon. Then we can all be together as a family. All together." Suddenly, there was a bright spot before his eyes. On the road ahead, a white 5-seater sedan was coming towards him. On the side of the sedan, there was the dark golden lettering of Yunshu Mountain Taoist Sect and 9 sects. He recognized this kind of car. It was the sort of exclusive luxury vehicle typically reserved for high-ranking members of the Taoist sect. Such high-ranking officials would definitely carry life-saving rapid remedy drugs and emergency talismans. "Save me!" Ku Chan suddenly screamed, slowed the motorbike, and swerved to block the other's way. The sedan hastily braked just in time to avoid a crash. Click. The car door opened, and a mysterious figure dressed in a black, fitted Taoist robe and wearing a golden eagle mask stepped out. "Quickly save my wife. She's badly injured by high-level beings from the spirit disaster." Hiss! In an instant, a golden phantom rapidly approached Ku Chan, hitting him squarely in the chest. Boom! Like the ancient sound of a gong, a spiritual shockwave abruptly loosened his entire consciousness. Immediately following that, his heart fiercely pained. By the time he regained his senses, Ku Chan saw himself being thrown backward into the air, arching his body and floating mid-air. A large amount of blood gushed from his chest and fell downwards, and his wife Inger had already rolled to the ground, helplessly falling in front of the man with the golden eagle mask. Swoosh! The masked man swiftly drew his sword from behind, and a cold light flashed. The blade slashed across Inger's neck, severing it in two. Her head rolled away and blood sprayed out, everything seeming to freeze for a moment. "No! Inger!" Ku Chan's eyes widened, the pain in his heart incomparable to the agony and despair of watching his fiancée and unborn child being killed right before his eyes. Qi Shao sword, it was a waste in your hands. The man in the golden eagle mask coldly voiced, reaching out towards Ku Chan from afar. Clang! The red Qi Shao sword flew out through the air, landing steadily in his palm. This world-renowned #1 inheritance Dao artifact of the occult sect now obediently fell into the hands of this mysterious golden-masked man. This kind of sect-exclusive inheritance Dao artifact, in his hands, could be directed as if it was part of his arm. This completely overturned the basic knowledge Ku Chan had learned since childhood. Thump! Ku Chan fell off the cliff, crashing directly into the river below, causing a large splash. The golden-masked man also kicked Inger's corpse off the cliff. No need to finish him off? Another golden-masked person got out of the car and asked in a deep voice. His heart was pierced by me, he will surely die. The golden eagle-masked man coldly replied, Let us go. The Qi Shao sword is now ours. The two quickly got into the car, drove past the motorbike, and sped into the distance. Now at the bottom of the cliff in the river, Ku Chan's heart had been pierced, but his profound Taoist realm and technique cultivation, garnered from continuous self-discipline, prevented him from dying instantly. He opened his eyes wide, slowly sinking towards the dark, murky bottom. His tattered Taoist robe bled out threads of dark red blood in the water. Everything at this moment seemed quiet. Only he, staring quietly at the pale blue water surface churned above. In the broken light there, seemingly replaying all the moments of his life from childhood. He kept sinking, like a motionless statue, until, plop, another body slowly descended from above. It was Inger's headless corpse. Her head, swept away by the fast current, was lost to sight. Ku Chan slowly looked up at the once very familiar body of his wife. Gradually, tremendous waves of desolation, despair, and dark spiritual fluctuations emanated from him. At this dark depths of the water, the enduring quest of Ku Chan's for a breakthrough beyond the limits of his sect's Taoist skills, to forge a unique path for himself, seemed to fully crystallize all at once. Buzz! At Ku Chan's neck, a small purple luminescence suddenly appeared under his skin. It was a purple metallic shard about the size of a fingernail, implanted by his parents when he was a child. Back then, he didn't know what it was, but now Ku Chan understood. This was a minuscule life-saving technique put into him by his father, who had expended massive resources. Underwater, increasingly majestic spiritual fluctuations emanated from Ku Chan as a center, spreading outwards. The injury on his heart, under the life-saving technique's healing, rapidly closed, forcibly stopping the bleeding. Silently, Ku Chan reached upward, catching Inger's descending corpse. The massive spiritual fluctuations began to fiercely contract, like a black hole, as if capable of swallowing and absorbing any nearby conscious thought. This kind of extreme outward dispersal turning into inward contraction had a unified honorific in the occult world. This name was Heavenly Master. Roadside, Yu Hong was continuously dialing numbers on his cell phone. Buzz! A white sedan sped past him, seemingly engraved with the mark of the Taoist sect. Yu Hong intended to take a closer look, but just then his phone connected, so he didn't pay further attention. Hello, is this Master Zhua? This is Zheng Ro, the temple master of Qingchen Temple under the Taoist sect. I'm Dao Boy Hong Ming. The Heavenly Master is currently unavailable. Tell me what you need and I'll relay it to him. A lazy young female voice came from the other end. I have an urgent matter. Can you get Master Zhua on the phone directly? Yu Hong frowned. Click. The caller on the other end hung up. Anger flared in Yu Hong's heart, and he dialed the number again. But this time, the other party didn't even connect and simply ignored him. After more than 10 tries, furious, he left a voice message and then simply changed to another number. This time he was trying to reach Su Chong from the primordial Heavenly Master Mansion. Luckily, after 3 tries this time, a mild telephone operator told him that Master Su had gone out and never carries a cell phone. Messages could be left if needed. After leaving a message, He received a phone number from Qing Huang. This is the number Alliance Hierarch has been using these days. It will expire soon. Qing Huang sent another message. Yu Hong immediately dialed the number. Click. The call was answered instantly. May I ask if this is Elder Long Qingzi from the Seven Evil Alliance? Yu Hong inquired. Wrong number. The voice on the other end replied impatiently. Click, it was hung up again. Yu Hong held his phone, not even sure if he should continue calling. After a moment of silence and calming his emotions, he sent a text to all three numbers, thoroughly explaining the severity of the spirit disaster he witnessed. Having done that, he took a deep breath and got back into his car. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something and looked towards the distant cliffs below. There seemed to be something there, emitting a momentary intense fluctuation. But then it completely ceased. Yu Hong hesitated, but decided not to investigate further, turning his car around to head back towards Taizhou. The situation was dangerous. He must hurry back to his headquarters. The fall of Zai Palace has been utterly confirmed. One of the top 3 Taoist temples among the 9 sects, having existed for centuries, vanished completely in such a short time. Even the person heralded as the foremost Taoist genius, Ku Chan, is missing and presumed dead. The news exploded like a bomb, shocking the entire Yasong mage realm. But before everyone could recover, one explosive news after another followed. All over Yasong, in a single night, at least 30 incidents occurred where massive infectious diseases spread among animals, attacking humans. Some remote villages in forested mountains began to experience thick fog and lost all external communication, with mobile signals uncontactable. The explosion of these consecutive cases sent the Yasong government into a sudden panic, and they immediately summoned members from both the Taoist and Buddhist sects to the capital for a meeting. After consolidating all the information, the enormous state machine began its operation, completely sealing off all areas affected by the disaster fog, forbidding any traffic in or out. Simultaneously, the Taoist sects and official forces from the 9 sects collaborated on a nationwide manhunt. Finally, 9 hours later, the ringleader, the Alliance Hierarch of the Seven Evil Alliance, was found. To prevent the Seven Evil Alliance from further escalating the disaster, masters from the 9 sects and the 2 heavenly masters joined forces, forming a team to intercept Long Qingzi, Chongyun Province, Fushou Mountain. As the most renowned mountain in Yasong, always prominently featured in ancient sacrificial ceremonies of various dynasties, Fushou Mountain was chosen. During the actions of the Seven Evil Alliance, over 16 Qi sky pillars were set up in its vicinity. At this moment, 6 gray heavenly pillars, connecting heaven and earth, had swirling gray clouds, encircling Fushou Mountain at its center, resembling a natural array ritual. Atop Fushou Mountain, gale winds howled, dark clouds thick with gloomy daylight. A middle-aged Taoist in black, with a sinister expression, stood quietly by the cliff's edge. The Taoist, with his hands behind his back, gazed upward at the sky cloaked in clouds. Standing here makes one feel as if just by reaching out, one could touch the sky. The Taoist spoke with a smile. That's why I chose this place for the ritual. The ceiling and sacrifice platform, historically a place where emperors performed rituals, is a convergence point for the spiritual essence of landscapes, and the most flourishing spot in Yasong. I quite like it. Long Qingzi, it's been a while. I didn't expect you to be so reckless, causing such trouble. From behind on the mountain ridge, a flash of red light zipped past. An old Taoist with a stern face and graying hair, holding a silver horsetail whisk, walked slowly to the mountain top, his eyes filled with contempt, staring intently at the middle-aged Taoist. Master Su, I hope you are well. It seems you are still vigorous and in good health. Long Qingzi turned around and greeted the newcomer with a smile. I should never have guided you, Su Chong shouted angrily. I was blind. You're too arrogant, senior. Long Qingzi showed no concern. You don't think that without your guidance, I couldn't have taken this last step? Do you think you can escape today? Su Chong said coldly. Both of us gathered here, and the other 7 evils are being handled by the various sect leaders. Today you will die. As soon as the words fell, another white-robed Taoist appeared behind him. The Taoist had long snow-white hair, piercing eyes, and held a white horsetail whisk, his figure lean. It was the current foremost figure in the Taoist realms, the strongest under the heavens, Zhu Yunfeng from the primordial heavenly master mansion. Chapter 373. Turns out it's Master Wu Ran himself. Truly it has been many years, joyous and congratulatory. Long Qingzi saw the visitor, yet remained composed and relaxed, showing no sign of tension. Long Qing, do you remember the oath you swore to me when I took you in as my disciple 40 years ago? Zui Yunfeng looked at this once disciple, his voice calm without any fluctuation. I remember, of course I remember. Long Qingzi smiled even more joyously. That's good. Zui Yunfeng nodded. Brother Zua, please make it quick. The spirit disaster has surged. The sky-stabilizing plate has failed under the 7 evil alliances' interference. And we must restore order and reseal the sects quickly, Su Chong said solemnly. No worries, as long as everything settles down. The spirit disaster and black disaster can be easily dismissed, Zui Yunfeng said indifferently. But Su Chong wanted to say more. Suddenly, the Zui Yunfeng before his eyes turned into a phantom and slowly dissipated. And the real Zui Yunfeng, for some reason, had appeared behind him. A bronze short sword, already in his hand, its blade ignited with hundreds of dense magic runes, and it thrust lightning fast towards the center of his back. You? Su Chong's eyes narrowed. His body's passive techniques lit up with red light, transforming into a 3-dimensional array, rapidly rotating around him. But such a response was still too hasty. With a crisp crackling sound, the short sword pierced through several layers of passive techniques, harshly stabbing into Su Chong's right chest and lungs. Blood, mixed with air, poured into the lungs at a rapid pace. Su Chong grabbed the hilt of the sword, looking up at Zui Yunfeng with eyes filled with incredulous anger and disbelief. Zui Yunfeng, what are you doing? What do you think? Zui Yunfeng's expression was calm as he pulled out the short sword. A large amount of blood spattered to the ground. Su Chong staggered back a few steps, but suddenly saw the strange smile on Long Qingzi's face. His mind exploded suddenly, as if realizing something. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Taizhou. Sea surface. The Yinqi sky pillars surged tremendously. A large amount of gray mist shot into the sky, showing a tendency to expand outward. Yu Hong, Yu Hen, Yu Mo, and Qing Huang, 4 people were standing on a nearby observation ship, looking towards the heavenly pillar. 2 nearby heavenly pillars suddenly erupted 3 hours ago. Our people were originally observing here, but after finishing their phone call, they completely lost contact. Initial speculation is that they fell prey to the spirit disaster, UMO said heavily. Any observation data? Records of spirit disaster monsters. Yu Hong quickly asked, having just hurried back to Taizhou, only to be informed that something had happened to the 2 nearby pillars. Though he had anticipated trouble, the unsealing of these 2 pillars still caused him a headache. Most annoying was that the Taoist sect didn't care, only focusing on the 7 Evil Alliance with no understanding of what they were doing. The 7 Evil Alliance, unaware of the consequences, kept causing trouble. Both sides fiercely tearing at each other with an attitude of indifference to everything else. Now it seemed like in the whole world only they, along with official government workers, were firefighting everywhere. Within 13 minutes, the range of the 2 pillars' gray mist doubled. At the same time, the mist made the fish that swam out aggressive and attack on sight. Local fishermen were caught off guard, and many were injured or killed. I've been notified with precise statistics from officials, Yu Hen answered. What about coastal defense? Yu Hong asked. The nearby coastal defense, along with station magicians, lost contact 3 days ago. Our people went to check and found the naval base empty, with ships gone and surrounding areas showing signs of destruction, Yu Hen said. That means we can only rely on ourselves now. Has the state become unable to support us? Yu Hong said with a headache. That's one way to put it, Most of the official forces have been redirected to guard major cities now. Small cities like Taizhou won't receive any resources, so, Yu Hen said gravely. By the way, the data on spirit disaster monsters that Zheng Ro brought back, our comparison team has sent a message, UMO interjected. How is it? The other three looked at him. According to the memories of magicians patrolling nearby, besides those ground monsters that grow like pus-filled blisters, all types of monsters have appeared here. But since our people only observe from a great distance, they could only roughly investigate based on appearance, unable to verify authenticity. UMO said. That's enough, Yu Hong nodded. The strength of the spirit disaster's monsters was much stronger than the initial black disaster, although perhaps it was because he hadn't participated in combating the peak of the black disaster. After all, at that time there were quite a few war-level black disasters, such as the Black Withered Woman and so on. Sea battles are not easy to deal with. Let's first retreat from the front line and try to leave as much territory as possible to solve it on land, he pondered. Then, everyone should try to use the spirit station as a defense line and construct defenses. If you encounter those wearing golden armor, with dragon heads, you must notify us immediately. Are those monsters very strong? Qing Huang raised an eyebrow. Now that he has filled his own shortcomings, he feels he is progressing every moment. If it weren't for the congenital deficiency in his body, he wouldn't need to crazily exhaust his thoughts to hide his safe location. But now, the feeling of frailty has left him, and with a heart in perfection, his Taoist skills have advanced by leaps and bounds, entering a second spring. Thus, he has grown increasingly confident, and his tone of voice has begun to enlarge. Do you want to try? Yu Hong glanced at him. With spirit light, you indeed can give it a try. Previously, when exploring without utilizing spirit light, the Thunderbolt transformation overlaid with spirit light was his first trump card. As for the second trump card, that involved recalling the spirit light to himself. However, this move could not be used lightly, as forcibly recalling most of the spirit light from everyone around. If something goes awry, it could very likely lead to the collapse of the Mutual Aid Alliance. But now there might not be a chance for a while, Yu Hong said. What do you mean? Qing Huang narrowed his eyes, a puzzled look on his face. But suddenly, his expression sharpened, and he turned his head towards the sea where the Yin Qi sky pillar was. Over the murky sea, at this moment, there are large swathes of clouds carrying groups of silver-armored snake-headed people, flying towards this location. These silver-armored snake-headed people, holding long spears, wearing red and black hats, with long whiskers curled high back like antennae, seemingly as some sort of symbol of status and power. I have already given you the information about this type of snake-headed people. Want to give it a try? Yu Hong looked towards Qing Huang. Qing Huang, looking at the army formation of the snake-headed people, which seemed to number in the thousands, had a stiff expression, no longer boastful. One-on-one, he dared, but with such an army, he didn't think the spirit disaster would give him the opportunity for a one-on-one confrontation. Let's retreat, Yu Hong sighed. This is just the vanguard, there are more behind, like the golden-armored dragon-headed people, three-eyed dragon-headed people, and as for stronger ones, I'm not sure if there are any here. That side is where 4 Taoist sects mutated and appeared in a big formation. Here there are only 2 gates, one of which is Black Disaster. It should be much weaker, but the specific situation still needs to be observed. Okay. The group hurriedly turned around and returned to the shores of Taizhou. Those silver-armored snake-headed people did not pursue, but just drifted at their own pace towards Taizhou. Their expansion speed seemed to be determined based on the speed of the vast gray clouds emitted from the Yin Qi sky pillar. Based on the speed assessment, it would take quite a few days to reach the port of Taizhou. When quickly returning to the port, the 4 people got off the boat at the shore and saw some fishermen who had been banned from fishing, gathering together, pressing the government officials about when they will lift the ban. Although the government officials kept explaining, the crowd below was agitated and noisy, and no one wanted to listen to explanations. It seemed that as long as there was commotion, a strong enough commotion, big enough, all problems could be solved. Yu Hong sat in the car back to the Taoist temple, through the glass, able to see the rush of vehicles back and forth. With fewer pedestrians than before on the roads, the eerie contradictions decreased. Instead, there was quietness, a dead silence like quiet. On the way, almost all encountered cars were traveling in the opposite direction to the Taoist temple car. They all drove towards the expressway leaving Taizhou, with very few, like Yu Hong's group, heading back. Now the news has already spread about Taizhou being nearby to Tuyin Chi sky pillars, leaked by insiders to their family friends, and then their family friends passed it on to their own, and so it completely spread in circles. Yu Hen sighed. Now many common people know too, especially as there have been so many cases breaking out nearby, everyone becoming more and more abnormal. How about inside the Spirit Station defense circle? What's the situation? Yu Hong asked. It's a bit better there. We are about to get there, you can observe carefully. Yu Hen nodded. Yu Hong no longer spoke. The other three also felt heavy-hearted, watching the exodus of vehicles fleeing Taizhou, silent. About 10 minutes later, the four people's car slowly stopped in front of a hastily constructed black wall. The wall was made of a quick-drying material, seemingly a special kind of cement mix, which had been built overnight, forming a circular wall encompassing the entire area of the Taizhou Spirit Station with Qingchen Temple at the center in a radius of 500 meters. It was built with assistance from the Taizhou military area, Yu Hen explained. The car slowly drove to the entrance gate in the black wall. The gate was made of black alloy mesh, using thick metal materials, cold and very sturdy. Squeak. After checking the pass that Yu Hen showed through the window, the guards inside slowly opened the gate, letting the car in. Is no one guarding this gate trying to get in to hide? Qing Huang suddenly asked. No, basically from when the cases increased and news leaked, those who could run gathered towards major cities nearby. Yu Hen shook his head. Rongjing City, right? Qing Huang guessed. Yes, the order has come down from above. Each province centers around the capital city to establish a defense circle. Now general places can't build a defense circle, lacking resources and infrastructure. It's understandable. Yu Hen nodded. From when unrest began among the people, the cases significantly increased. To the evacuation of people, how long did it take? Yu Hong suddenly asked. About the 2 days we went to the sanitarium. The situation worsened suddenly. Yu Hen sighed. A large number of deaths nearby, either bodies not intact or people disappearing directly. Then some originally thought to be dead suddenly came back to life and started attacking the living. Although all were dealt with by the authorities in time, it still caused panic. Chapter 374. At this moment, the guards standing outside the car window saluted the passengers and allowed them to pass. Yu Hong noticed that one of them had 3 spirit talismans on his chest that Yu Hong himself had enhanced. It seems that these 3 types of spirit talismans had become quite widespread. The car slowly passed through the black wall defense line, which effectively linked the spirit station buildings into a ring. Passing through here meant entering the defensive range of the spirit station. As soon as they entered, the 4 people inside the car could clearly feel the difference. The gray fog in the air was much lighter than outside. If the gray fog around the heavenly pillar above the sea was a 10, then the fog in other areas of Taizhou was a 3. And the fog within the defensive range of the spirit station was only at 1. What is the principle behind this? Qing Huang, noticing such a stark difference for the first time, asked in disbelief. There are quite a few magicians gathered inside the spirit station, all experts from our Spirit Light Mutual Aid Alliance. The convergence of spirit light, resonating with one another, creates an unseen influence field. This field restrains the encroachment of the gray fog from the spirit disaster, Yu Hong explained simply. Of course, he didn't say that within the spirit light was an element of the light disaster, the cosmic divine light, that when concentrated also emits slight radiation from the light disaster, which is fundamentally at odds with the black disaster and also seems to have a certain resistance against the spirit disaster. Now it seems, spirit light secret techniques are not some evil, secretive skills. They are actually life-saving medicine.
Yu Hen sighed.
The car continued on its way. Along the way, they encountered more pedestrians, both patrolmen and ordinary people, bustling about the streets. almost resembling Taizhou before the outbreak of the spirit disaster. Yu Hong also saw many people gathered near the military's temporary command center by the Taoist temple, fervently discussing something with the representatives in charge. Some people over there want to go out and bring their relatives in. But the rule here is that once you are in, you are not allowed to leave at will. Everything is distributed by the military on a quota basis. This is a common occurrence, Yu Hen informed them. Yu Hong nodded but said nothing. Through the car window, he unexpectedly spotted Gao Wan and Song Siyu, two acquaintances he had met since arriving in this world. Both of them stood beside their parents in the crowd, negotiating with military personnel. They were just part of the crowd, which had gathered at least 30 to 40 people, but fortunately, everyone was just talking and didn't resort to violent actions. Yu Hong didn't greet them. He had no time for that now. Entering the Taoist temple, the steadfast Zhang Ming quickly came out to greet them with his men. Along with him were Vice Mayor Su Jianfeng, Military Representative Chen Ning, and Lu Shanhe, the chief commander of the military magicians. Master Yu, you're finally back. The situation is grave. We must be ready to shrink our defensive line. Vice Mayor Su Jianfeng, with a serious look on his face, hurriedly approached as soon as the car door opened. Let's talk inside, Yu Hong said. Noticing his expression and the ashen faces of Lu Shanhe and the others, already having a rough idea of the situation, he was the first to get out of the car, leading everyone into the courtyard of the Taoist temple. In the courtyard, the incense burner had been moved aside to make room for a makeshift command tent. Inside the tent, a projector was on, casting a map of the entire Taizhou region from a satellite onto the screen. Walking in, Su Jianfeng picked up a command rod and pointed to 3 locations on the map. After we received the spirit disaster information you risked gathering, we immediately sent people to verify it. We've confirmed that 3 places, Jinqiao Town, Dragon Mountain Town, and a 3rd location, are infested with the gold armor dragon-headed monsters you described. How many are there? Yu Hong asked as he sat down. At least 1,000 at each site. What? Yu Hong was shocked, his eyes widening as he abruptly stood up again. Yes, you heard right. We've lost many magicians just to get an accurate count. There are no fewer than 1,000 gold armor dragon heads, and at least 5,000 silver armor snake heads. As for the number of carriers and walking corpses, there are too many to count. Right now, the area in these 3 directions has been sealed off, and the military is only keeping a few highways to the outside world open. How could there be so many? Yu Hong couldn't understand. Apart from Huangsong Island, the other 2 directions shouldn't have that many dragon-headed creatures. It must be because other cities nearby have collapsed, and their monsters have migrated here. Lu Shanhe, the military magician representative, sighed. Several of my magicians have just returned from other provinces. Now their airports have stopped operating, and only 2 railways are still functioning. The fog has curtailed most means of transportation. Many places have lost communication signals. It's complete chaos out there. Taoist sects are overwhelmed with their own troubles, with each branch trying to protect itself. But many small forces can't withstand the spirit disaster at all and have suffered devastating casualties. It's exactly that. Currently, Luanqing is in disarray, and everyone is contracting their forces to defend their small territories. Military Representative Chen Ning confirmed with a nod. Commander Chen, has there been any specific directive from above? Yu Hong frowned and looked at him. He was unaware of the Taoist sect situation, but the military hierarchy couldn't possibly be inactive. Chen Ning represented the station's 60,000 Yasong National Defense Army in Taizhou, including both the Navy and the Army. There had to be directives for so many troops. There is an order, but it's just for us to stay put and wait for further commands. And this order came more than 10 days ago. There hasn't been any additional directive. Chen Ning shook his head. I've tried multiple times to contact higher authorities, but I can't get through. The capital is a primary target area for the 7 Evil Alliance, surrounded by 12 Yin-Chi sky pillars. They're too overwhelmed to care about you all. Qing Huang abruptly interjected with an explanation. 12 Yin-Chi sky pillars. Several people looked at each other in dismay. No one spoke again. If this was true, the chaos everywhere could be understood. Clearly, the danger and trouble the National Corps seemed to face was much greater than they had imagined. This many, our spirit stations can't hold. Yu Hong was carefully looking at the projected map at this moment, comparing the defensive forces with the number of spirit disaster monsters in his mind. Master, about the sanatorium. He turned to Yu Hen. We've lost contact. Can't get through for now, but it should be soon. According to the schedule, by tomorrow we should be able to. Yu Hen replied. Yu Hong stood up and paced back and forth a few steps. Excluding possible support from the Taoist sect, how much power do we have on hand now? Against the spirit disaster, ordinary weapons are useless. Firearms are only a bit effective against the walking corpses. So, not counting the soldiers, the real power we can use comes from over 300 people from the Mutual Aid Alliance plus the Taoist temples. Yu Hen answered. These 300 people are now spread out across the entire Black Wall defense circle of the spirit stations, guarding all vehicle and pedestrian traffic in and out. How is the grading system coming along? Yu Hong asked. Based on the classification and levels you provided, plus past combat achievements, we've preliminarily sorted them into danger levels 1 to 9, including 5 people in level 9, 43 in level 8, 66 in level 7, and the rest are level 6 and below. For war level, which corresponds to Temple Master level, we only have Mr. Qing and Zheng Ro, the two of you. Our strength in high-end powers is too weak. If multiple war-level powers attack, the situation could collapse. Have you included Spirit Light in the calculations? Yu Hong asked. No, we need specific test data to... Yu Hong fell silent for a few seconds. Based on the amplification of Spirit Light, adjust everyone's average assessment level up by 1. Okay. Yu Hen nodded. Additionally, regarding supplies, thanks to your early warning, I've stocked up quite a lot, so there are no major issues. Commander Chun has also prepared over a dozen large warehouses. More than enough to last for several months. The only key issue now is when we actually come into contact and clash, whether the Black Wall defense circle of the spirit stations can hold. Relying on these 300-plus magicians, even if all of them are spirit light magicians, it's going to be hard. Yu Hong shook his head. But you need to consider that they aren't only focusing their attack on one place. The power of the spirit disaster is dispersed, so what we need to counter is not all of it, but rather just one part of it. As they were talking, someone suddenly rushed in from outside at a quick pace. Trouble's here. It was Cheng Shu, who wore a fitted military uniform, her complexion pale, forehead sweaty, as she loudly announced while lifting the tent flap. The spirit disaster at Jinxiao Town has started moving towards the city district. It'll collide with our northern spirit station's Black Wall defense circle in about 5 minutes. Shall we all go take a look? Yu Hong said in a deep voice. He had done as much as possible to enhance the local magician's strength. Now it was time to test whether his preparations worked. It would be sufficient just to hold back the mid- and low-level creature wave. The higher-level ones couldn't rely on these measures. As for how to deal with those top-tier troublemaker monsters, he already had a plan in mind. Since the Seven Evil Alliance was causing trouble, it was time to wipe them out in one fell swoop, show themselves to stop the loss. While these people were busy clashing heads with the Taoist sect, a surprise attack from behind would do the trick. Then, go finish off the Taoist sect's high-ranked fools who have crap for brains, infect them all with spirit light, and forcefully take control. He was thoroughly fed up with this world that clearly had the strength but always took things lightly. Let's go. Leaving Yu Hen and Chen Ning to coordinate the overall situation, the rest quickly drove to the Northern Spirit Station. By the time the car arrived, many civilians had already gathered here. They came by car, on foot, and were all looking for high ground, trying to look out beyond the Black Wall. However, the over 5-meter-tall Black Wall completely blocked everything from the outside. Only a very few could climb onto nearby buildings, but these climbers weren't magicians and could only see densely packed walking corpses with gray patterns stumbling towards the Black Wall across the scorched flat ground outside. These walking corpses alone were enough to cause cries of alarm from the people inside the Black Wall. Their faces ashen, with many women breaking down in tears on the spot. Yu Hong and his group quickly climbed to the third floor of the spirit station under the saluting soldiers at the wall and looked outside through the reinforced windows. This area outside used to be a wooden bungalow district, which was decisively ordered to be burnt down by Mayor Su, only then repelling an attack by the walking corpses. Chun Ning explained, obviously not his first encounter with these walking corpses. Looking at the horde of walking corpses outside, his expression was not good. These walking corpses, referred to as heavenly soldiers in the illusions of their higher-level monsters, seem slow from afar, but their speed increases explosively when they get close. They're very strong, averaging around 2 to 3 times the strength of an adult male. Normal bullets don't do much to them, unless you completely blow their bodies apart. They can still get up and charge. Let's not hurry. Let our brothers and sisters from the Mutual Aid Alliance give it a try, Yu Hong said. Yu Hen beside him nodded, whispered a few instructions to the station magicians from the Mutual Aid Alliance here. Soon after, a group of black-clothed magicians leaped down from the top of the black wall. Chapter 375. These magicians heading into battle wore uniform black military uniforms, which appeared to be modified combat garbs similar to Taoist robes, and donned helmets. They formed small arrays in groups of 3 and advanced toward the densely packed undead army, whose exact numbers were unknown. The ones from the Mutual Aid Alliance going into battle now are the lowest tier level 1 magicians, 6 groups comprising 18 individuals, explained the person in charge at Spirit Station. They were originally peripheral magicians who had mastered only one type of magic, the closest tier to ordinary people. But now, with the amplification of spirit light, their defensive strength is impressively formidable. The boost to their strength and stamina is also quite exaggerated. The moment the words fell, the first wave of 3 magician groups shone with silver spirit light and charged headfirst into the undead army. Among them, a man at the forefront clenched a seal in his hand, muttering incantations, while a sawtooth-patterned white ring appeared floating beside him. As soon as the ring came into contact with the undead, it spun rapidly, crazily slicing through everything it touched. It seemed that the cutting wasn't physical, as the bodies of the undead remained unharmed, but they would fall to the ground on the spot, as if something invisible inside them had been injured. The other magician groups also cast their spells one after another, covering themselves in spirit light and bravely charging into the ranks of the undead. The undead swung their hands at them, only rippling the spirit light, rendering their attacks useless. It seems okay, but they won't be able to hold on for long like this, Yu Hong spoke out. There are other groups ready to rotate in afterwards, while other areas rely on incendiary bombs for containment and repulsion. A magician from Spirit Station replied. There are too few of these groups. If we could increase their number tenfold, we might be able to hold off the spirit disaster on the outskirts. Yu Hong sighed. Alliance Hierarch need not worry. Spirit Light has greatly enhanced our stamina and physical strength. With this kind of combat, enduring for several hours is no problem. When it's time to rotate other groups in, there won't be an issue. Over 300 people can protect this small block of land. The Spirit Station magician in charge responded. Indeed, Lu Shanhe, as the commander-in-chief of the military magicians, had a clear understanding of the overall situation and nodded in agreement with this statement. Let's go see the conditions outside the other black walls, Yu Hong suggested. All right, please follow me. The person in charge of Spirit Station led the way. The group left Spirit Station and moved along the spacious black wall toward other positions. As expected, only a little more than 100 meters out, the number of spirit disaster monsters attacking outside the black wall had reduced a lot. There were only 1 or 2 magician groups performing cleanup and containment outside. The situation seemed manageable. But without walking much further, a blast suddenly erupted from a distance behind them. Boom! Flames soared into the sky, dyeing that part of the sky a pale red. Yu Hong and the others turned around rapidly, and at first glance, they saw several silver-armored snake-headed beings leaping onto the black wall and engaging the defending magicians in a brawl. The magicians glowed with silver spirit light, resembling turrets with tortoise shells on their backs. Rotating in groups of 3, and continuously unleashing techniques. The techniques, carried with tails of different colors on the spiritual plane, flew toward the snake-headed beings. Some froze and slowed them down, some corroded and burned them, others were razor-sharp blades that pierced into their bodies, causing paralysis on the spot. The magicians had a variety of backgrounds and mastered inconsistent levels of magic. The effects they produced looked messy and chaotic, spectacular to a magician's eyes but completely invisible to ordinary people. Bang! A snake-headed being smashed its spear with great force onto the forehead of a petite female mage. The spear collided with the silver spirit light, splintering into numerous silver shards. The female mage was flung backward, rolling on the ground over a dozen times and smashing into the wall of the spirit station before coming to a stop. Yet she actually got up, unscathed, and promptly rushed back into her original position to continue the battle. The only damage the spear had inflicted was slightly thinning and dimming the silver spirit light on her. That was all. And such scenes were not just happening here alone. The magician's magic couldn't stop the spirit disaster monsters. They could only barely delay the time. But as long as they took the forefront and absorbed the hatred, the monsters couldn't breach the black wall and enter the interior. The effect seems not bad. But there's more trouble in the distance, Yu Hong said, glancing at the somewhat relaxed few people around him and speaking in a solemn tone. For the Golden Armor Dragonmen, we have also arranged high-level technique groups to engage them, Lu Shanhe replied. Here they come. Yu Hong raised his eyes to the distant mist outside the black wall. There, swathes of white clouds slowly drifted closer, with Golden Armor Dragonman spirit disasters seated cross-legged atop them. Unexpectedly for Yu Hong, Lu Shanhe's idea of engagement was entirely different from what he had imagined. Soon, several movable white-painted cannons were rolled out onto the black wall. Next to the cannons stood the Mutual Aid Alliance magicians, clad in a shell of silver spirit light. They nervously directed the gunners on the cannons, simultaneously loading them with spirit light bombs, which had already been enchanted. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, a series of cannon fires roared. Flames surged as dozens of cannons lit up simultaneously, like dozens of golden blades descending from the sky, instantly ripping through the approaching ranks of Golden Armor Dragonmen. The Golden Armor Dragonmen hadn't even had time to dodge when they were blasted away by the supersonic speed cannons. Their golden armors shattered into specks of light. Towering figures over 3 meters tall were continuously penetrated and shattered by the cannons. These Golden Armor Dragonmen, whom Yu Hong had previously clashed with, formidable in both speed and strength, were effortlessly repelled by rounds of spirit light enchanted artillery. Because spirit light can attach to inanimate objects for a short duration and directly contact and attack spirit disaster monsters, we've arranged for at least 2 magicians beside each artillery gunner, forming teams to temporarily affix spirit light to the shells, explained Lu Shanhe. Seeing his preparations effective, he couldn't help but relax a little. Wait, something's not right. Yu Hong's expression suddenly changed, sensing trouble. Hiss, 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 hiss. Streaks of golden light emerged from the smoke of the cannons. They rapidly closed in, taking shape above the dark walls, reforming into their original Dragonman appearance. These Dragonmen plunged down from the sky, roaring with rage, crashing into the walls, and sent magicians tumbling everywhere in a somewhat comical scene. Its virtualization ability. Yu Hong shook his head speechlessly, turned to Lu Shanhe. Any other plans? At this rate, defeat is certain. This, of course, there is. Lu Shanhe's face turned red, quickly pressing a button on a remote control he held. Instantly, countless cyan-colored flying swords shot out from the spirit station, swimming like fish in the sea, swiftly swarming towards the surrounding Golden Armor Dragonmen. A Golden Armor Dragonman failed to dodge in time and was violently swept over, engulfed by the school of blue flying swords. A second later, the swords departed, leaving nothing but a puff of gray mist and tiny fragments of golden light. What is this? Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. This is the Spirit Light Technique Flying Sword Swarm formed by female mages of level 6 or higher from the Mutual Aid Alliance, employing the spirit sword technique that we provided for free. We've unified the teaching and training, forming this magic group, Lu Shanhe explained. Consider it our trump card. It was intended for the three-eyed dragon men, but now, it must be used. He showed a bitter smile. You won't be able to hold off the three-eyed dragon men. Just the dispersal of their spiritual pressure is enough to knock down a swath of people. Yu Hong shook his head. Haven't you forgotten the phenomenon of high-spirit entities exerting great spiritual power pressure on lower life forms? Of course not. That's why we rely on the spirit station to counter the three-eyed dragon men. By connecting the spiritual power of all the magicians inside the spirit station and amplifying it with arrays, we can elevate to a higher level and resist the spiritual pressure, said Lu Shanhe. This project was coordinated with President Lu himself. UMO, the Taoist, added with a nod. Yu Hong nodded, then fell silent, continuing to watch. By his estimation, the three-eyed dragon men should be the highest threat appearing here. A formidable being like Kai Jing Taoist was unlikely to show up. After all, only 2 gates had been opened here. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but recall the astonishing sky stabilizing plate. If the sky stabilizing plate were still usable, they wouldn't be so passive now. Those idiots from the Taoist sect. A divine object like the sky stabilizing plate should never be in the hands of those who only warm their chairs. It should be controlled by a righteous person like me. The more Yu Hong thought, the more aggrieved he felt. There was a treasure capable of resolving the root problem. Yet all he could do was watch helplessly, unable to act. After watching the combat against the spirit disaster for a while longer, and after a change of defense had been made, he confirmed that the defenses could hold and the three-eyed dragon men had indeed not appeared. Only then did he turn to lead his men down from the dark wall. I'll keep an eye on things here. What are your next orders, Alliance Hierarch? Inside the vehicle, everyone else busied themselves with their tasks, leaving only Yu Hong and Qing Huang in the car. Qing Huang's voice, mixed with the continuous sound of cannon fire, reached Yu Hong's ears. I have done my best, but I do not accept this outcome, Yu Hong said in a deep voice. You mean? Qing Huang caught a hint of something amiss from his tone and immediately became more cautious. He had noticed that his new boss seemed to suffer from paranoid delusions, always expecting the worst in every situation. Moreover, his mood was very unstable, and he might make some extreme decisions that people couldn't understand at any moment. Just like now, he had a bad premonition. The official side has not yet widely promoted the Spirit Light secret skill. They are still hesitant at this point. I've decided not to wait any longer. Qing Huang, come with me. Let's pay a visit to the headquarters of the Seven Evil Alliance, Yu Hong said with a serious demeanor. Right now they're in combat against the Taoist sect under the leadership of Long Qingzi. Alliance Hierarch, if we get involved directly, does that mean, am I to betray the alliance? Qing Huang cautiously asked. What? You're unwilling? Yu Hong looked at him with a profound gaze. Qing Huang's heart skipped a beat, his scalp tingling, and he quickly forced a smile. How could I be? As a subordinate, it's my duty to complement the Alliance Hierarch's weaknesses. With the significant strength improvement, the barren land of the Seven Evils Alliance is naturally dispensable. It's just, the situation there might be very dangerous. If we get noticed by the Seven Evils. No worry, you just need to lead the way, said Yu Hong. Actually, I've wanted to act for a while now, but only now has the timing become just right. They need to be battling the Taoist sect's high echelons to death before I can strike when they are most vulnerable. Let's see if the Seven Evil Alliance's warehouse doors are sturdy. Qing Huang felt an old complaint in his heart he didn't know whether to voice. To be able to talk so poetically about raiding and pillaging, it seemed only their Alliance Hierarch could manage such a feat. I understand. He swallowed hard, nodding. At this moment, he realized he could no longer muddle through. He had to choose between the Spirit Light Mutual Aid Alliance and the Seven Evil Alliance. And the choice was obvious. After all, when he joined the Seven Evil Alliance, it was merely for personal gain and partly to find warmth in numbers from the Taoist sect's hunt. But now he was cleaned up, different, so naturally he no longer needed them. So, Alliance Hierarch, when do we leave? Now, said Yu Hong. Aren't we going to prepare? Qing Huang hesitated. You may not be aware, but even though they're called the Seven Evils, the headquarters is actually guarded by a Vice Alliance Hierarch, whose power is at least on par with a member of the Seven Evils. Chapter 376. It doesn't matter, just lead the way. If we don't encounter them, so be it. If we do, we'll capture them all and bring them back to do the hard labor, causing such a huge trouble. This is the perfect opportunity to redeem themselves for their wrongdoings. Yu Hong was indifferent. He had long been coveting the Taoist sect and the Seven Evil Alliance. Previously, he had the grand plan and hoped to recruit people as a life force, but now that hope was completely dashed, and his mind became more clear. It was perfect timing that they were in the midst of battle, which gave him an opportunity. Moreover, since his side lacked a powerful expert to preside, and the Seven Evil Alliance were all ill-gotten gains, the saying goes, heaven's gifts not taken are but a precursor to disaster. This was like fat meat delivered to his door. Not eating it would be a waste. The carriage turned and hurried in the opposite direction. Upon reaching the northwest corner of the Spirit Station defense line, the car stopped, and a helicopter was already waiting by the black wall. The helicopter blades had already begun to rotate. Qing Huang went up and gave a few instructions to the pilot, then took Yu Hong with him, lifted off and sped away into the distance. At the summit of Fusho Mountain, at the ceiling and sacrifice platform, the fierce wind howled, and dark clouds covered the sky. Bolts of lightning slithered through the clouds, casting blue light. Su Chong sat cross-legged on the ground, blood dripping from beneath him. His horsetail whisk in hand shimmered with blinding golden light, enveloping his entire body. That was his life-saving secret technique, a top-tier magic wrought from years of cultivation, combined with the divine intent of the Inheritance Tao artifact, igniting the spirit communication light. This light could, within 1 hour, forcefully suppress all injuries in the body, delaying the injuries to a later time 1 hour hence. Regardless of the injury, during that hour, he would maintain his peak condition. And any new injuries sustained within that hour would accumulate and erupt afterwards. I knew it at our level. The idea of killing you with a sneak attack is clearly unrealistic, Long Qingzi said, clapping and laughing, as he witnessed this scene. Your performance was too poor. Sui Yunfeng glanced at him. I thought I was perfect. After all, for a madman who likes to have fits of insanity, shouldn't anything he does be accepted? Long Qingzi raised his eyebrow and smiled. But, I do think you made your move too slowly, teacher. His eyes were brimming with a deeper mirth. You seem to have gotten older. Then try to break free from me? Sui Yunfeng said expressionlessly. The disciple dares not. You are the world's strongest, the current most powerful magician. My mediocre skills, I would not embarrass myself before you. You madman! Su Chong, sitting in the golden light and suppressing his injuries, slowly stood up. I was blind. Sui Yunfeng, you've been behind all this mischief. His eyes were bloodshot. His beard and hair moved with his rage, his body trembling slightly as he was obviously enraged to the extreme. The so-called top magician in the world, to do such filthy things. The Millennium Foundation of the primordial heavenly master mansion is going to be ruined by you. Are you not afraid? I'm going to die. Sui Yunfeng interrupted him. Su Chong. He watched the other man, his eyes calm and sincere. In 1 more year, I am going to die. I can feel it. The end is drawing near. So what? At your level, yet you cannot see through life and death. What kind of heavenly master are you? What kind of first magician are you? A mere charlatan, Su Chong angrily said. I am different from you, Sui Yunfeng said indifferently. From a very young age, 100 years ago, my purpose in cultivation was only one. And that is immortality. 100 years as if one day, consistent from beginning to end, truly admirable, teacher. Your Tao heart is cold and firm. Long Qingzi clapped and laughed from the side. Sui Yunfeng ignored his sarcasm and continued. From that time, I understood a truth. Everything in this world has a cause and effect. To gain something, one must pay accordingly. And to gain eternal life, one must pay enough of a price. And my 100 years of arduous cultivation is still far from enough. So you've caused all this, just for what you call eternal life? Su Chong gritted his teeth. He knew the other was stalling for time, waiting for his secret technique to expire. But he couldn't help wanting to hear what the other had to say. The first mage in the world, Zui Yunfeng. That title had reigned over the entire world for decades. But now, in a single shocking change, everything all was ruined. Long Qingzi and the Seven Evil Alliance were actually supported by Zui Yunfeng from behind all this time. If this got out, the reputation of the entire Taoist sect would be destroyed, crumbling to pieces. You won't understand? Zui Yunfeng sighed. What kind of cause plants what kind of fruit, without enough nourishment? One cannot grow fruit sweet and delicious enough. He flicked his horsetail whisk and put away the short sword. I have spent nearly 100 years cultivating causes. Now, it is time to harvest. What do you mean? Su Chong suddenly felt a foreboding feeling. Zui Yunfeng slightly smiled, lifting his gaze towards Yunshu Mountain, the direction of the ancestor court of the Taoist sect. Boom! Suddenly, the earth trembled. A burst of brilliant golden light suddenly illuminated the sky in the direction of Yunshu Mountain. The golden light was incredibly thick, 10 times larger than the Yinchi sky pillar, enveloping the entire heavenly number mountain underneath it. The golden light soared into the sky like a golden spear, piercing through the clouds, forming a huge hole. Then it continued upwards, breaking through the stratosphere, tearing a huge gash in the pale blue atmosphere. This was not a spiritual illusion, but an actual image visible to everyone. Within the blinding pillar of golden light, a shadowy figure, black all over with huge wings on his back, slowly emerged. He held something like a small ink stone in his hands in front of his chest, floating motionless inside the golden pillar, seemingly just a statue. The night pool has descended. Zui Yunfeng admired the small pool held in the gigantic shadow's hands. His eyes filled with anticipation. Teacher, we have the infinite energy source. Next is to connect the pool of 10,000 spirits. Long Qingzi reminded with a smile. The opening of the pool of 10,000 spirits, apart from requiring enough gates of 10,000 spirits, also needs one more thing. Zui Yunfeng looked at him and said indifferently. What? Long Qingzi raised an eyebrow. I will use the entire Yunshu Mountain as a collateral to temporarily set up a formation to bind the night pool and incorporate it into the Great Formation. Next, we need a suitable attraction to open the pool of 10,000 spirits on the same Yunshu Mountain. Zui Yunfeng said. So, Long Qingzi said with a smile. So, Zui Yunfeng raised his hand and pointed. Buzz! A complex golden moth pattern suddenly lit up on Long Qingzi's chest. Boom! With a muffled sound, a bloody gash suddenly burst open on Long Qingzi's chest, spraying out crimson blood, instantly freezing the smile on his face. I have cultivated you for so many years. Now it's time for you to repay me. Zui Yunfeng said indifferently. He tugged his finger once more. Instantly, an invisible force strengthened, drawing out more blood from Long Qingzi's body. The blood turned into thin lines, flying around, like red silk threads. Zui Yunfeng, today, I shall act as the heaven's enforcer and exterminate you, the demon and heretic outsiders. Beside them, Su Chong finally recovered from the shock of the ancestor court of Yunshu Mountain being destroyed. Unable to hold back any longer, he pounced forward enveloped in golden light, with his horsetail whisk aimed directly at Zui Yunfeng, clearly attempting to stop him. In this instant, Long Qingzi's body also exploded suddenly, turning into a burst of blood shadow, disrupting the blood extraction and charging straight at Zui Yunfeng. Teacher, you don't really believe that after all these years, your secret technique would still work, do you? The two, one in front and one behind, strangely joined forces for a moment to confront Zui Yunfeng. However, what the three of them did not notice was, near them, within one of the rolling and surging Yinchi sky pillars, a pitch-black, eye-shaped fissure was being quietly opened. Within it, the silhouette of the Kai Jing Taoist sitting upon clouds was vaguely visible through the crack, silently waiting. Behind this Taoist was a dense mass of at least 1,000 golden-armored dragonmen figures. If Yu Hong were here, he would recognize that many among them were individuals who had appeared at the Zai Palace. Originally, they were just ordinary golden-armored dragonmen, but at this moment, at least a third of them had inexplicably transformed into three-eyed golden-armored dragonmen. Not only that, but even the spiritual pressure from the Kai Jing Taoist sitting on the clouds had significantly intensified compared to when he appeared at the Zai Palace. If the combined spiritual pressure of Zui Yunfeng and the other two was 100, then the spiritual pressure of the Kai Jing Taoist at this time was over 1,000. And still, the Kai Jing Taoist continued to hide, silently waiting for the moment when the three would fight each other and both suffer injuries. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Hundreds of kilometers away from Taizhou, within a secluded harbor, a massive black ship was slowly docking at the port. The ship bore no name and only flew the flag of Yasong country. Under the overcast clouds, two figures quietly appeared on the nearby beach. One was tall and strong, dressed in a white Taoist robe, his robust muscles taut against the fabric, none other than Master Yu Hong, who had hurried over. The other, in a black robe edged with silver and a silver phoenix mask, was Qing Huang, the guide for the group. Alliance Hierarch, this is the place. I told them to meet me here. This is the closest hidden port. They must have just opened it. Qing Huang said in a low voice. Not bad, well done. Let's go straight to the ship. Can you contact your subordinates? You asked. I can, but they are unlikely to defect with me. Qing Huang sighed. Then you really are a failure in life. Yu Hong shook his head and took the lead. Which way in? Where's the warehouse? He asked as he walked. I'm not sure about the warehouse, but we can capture someone and ask. Qing Huang hesitated. Forget it. This ship is nice. I'll take it for myself, is that all right? Yu Hong said. That? Of course, there's no issue. Qing Huang paused before replying. That's good then. Yu Hong smiled faintly. Swoosh. In an instant, his figure disappeared like an arrow, shooting straight towards the black ship. Seconds later, a figure lightly leaped onto the ship's side and landed on the deck. Before the guard personnel on the deck could aim their guns, he stood tall and a swarm of black dragon lizards surged out behind him. Over 100 dragon lizards climbed up the ship from the shore in a flash, slaughtering anyone they encountered on the deck. The huge figure of Agrius materialized beside Yu Hong, his head lowered, golden arcs of electricity sizzling around him. Go kill everyone here. Leave no survivors, Yu Hong ordered indifferently. Roar. Agrius roared lowly, virtualized into black mist, and rushed towards the cabin entrance. Yu Hong himself pointed a finger to the ground. Guanwu skill. Fear Shadow Extreme Summoning. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In an instant, more than 20 bipedal creatures, their bodies semi-transparent like mucus, appeared on the deck. Every one of these creatures, upon materializing, dispersed into invisible mucus and flowed into the cabins. Qing Huang climbed aboard in time to see the bloodshed, sighed softly, said nothing, and quietly followed Yu Hong towards the cabin entrance. Chapter 377. Boom. The cabin door was kicked open, its frame dented and broken, flying inward and striking with a loud noise. Yu Hong and Qing Huang entered one after another. Inside, it was already a bloody scene, with the corpses of black-robed, masked men mixed with dragon lizard bodies lying on both sides of the passageway. Yu Hong glanced at the dragon lizards, sighed slightly, waved his hand for the other dragon lizards behind him to come forward, and swallowed the bodies of their companions one by one. He would not leave traces of the dragon lizards here to avoid other kinds of risks. This is the surface area, mainly used for meetings, research, and receptions. There are not many people. Most here are reception staff. Qing Huang quickly explained from behind. Can the hypnotism technique be deployed? Yu Hong asked. It's possible. However, for those above the breaking realm level, the technique has no effect. Even for slightly stronger ordinary magicians, my hypnosis technique is barely effective. It's mainly developed for ordinary people, Qing Huang replied. That's enough, Yu Hong said unconcernedly. Let's go. He quickened his pace and continued along the descending passage. Passing through a brightly lit corridor with red carpet, another partition door ahead was busted open. Behind the door, a burly human-shaped figure burned to a crisp lay on the ground, already lifeless. The surrounding walls were smeared with a lot of dark red flesh and blood. Clearly, this place had experienced a fierce battle. The walls were indented everywhere. Yu Hong remained silent and kept moving forward. After passing through a spiral staircase, the space ahead suddenly opened up. A hall that seemed like a courtyard appeared before him. The entire hall dominated by black and purple tones, with sealed passageways leading to various cabin areas everywhere. At the center of the hall, there was also a large aquarium, decorated with colorful corals and seascapes. Now, there were already more than a dozen corpses of black-robed, masked men floating in the aquarium. Ah! Suddenly, a passage door below to the right was violently smashed open. The thick metal door flew far out, smashing towards Yu Hong. Yu Hong's expression did not change. A dragon lizard beside him leaped forward, intercepting the door in midair and slamming it down. With the door no longer obstructing the view, his gaze turned toward the person who had broken through the door. It was a burly bald man wrapped in numerous black iron chains. Wearing a metal muzzle, his skin ghastly pale, the man over 2 meters tall entered the hall with a fierce and angry look in his eyes, staring at Yu Hong. Did you do this? The man spoke in a foreign language that rolled off the tongue, fixating his gaze on Yu Hong. Alisonians. Yu Hong remembered this language, as he had previously mastered dozens of the world's mainstream languages through a translator. Now, communication was completely unimpeded. I'm asking you, the bald man roared furiously, then suddenly turned and threw a punch at the head of a huge black lizard that was pouncing out from the passageway behind him. Whoosh! A white, shockwave-like spiritual shock technique burst out of his fist, instantly crossing over 10 meters, striking the forehead of Agrias as it emerged. Agrias' massive body suddenly glowed with golden electricity, immunizing it from most of the damage. But the white shockwave continued to deplete the golden electricity, and after several seconds of stalemate, poof! The golden electricity was exhausted, and Agrias was completely engulfed and devoured. The white shockwave dissipated quickly, and nothing was left in the passageway. Agrias was actually destroyed in a war of attrition. Oh, this kind of power! Yu Hong was somewhat surprised. He had deployed Agrias mainly because the creature was very suitable for sneak attacks. Most magicians in this world have high offensive power but low defensive ability, and if Agrias at level 9 could land the first sneak attack, it could instantly kill most people with its physical impact. But now it seems it's difficult to ambush a master with high spiritual power. Qing Huang, you dare to betray the Taoist sect? The bald man turned around, spotting the old Qing Huang behind Yu Hong with a single glance. Ouyang Chung Tao, as fellow Dark Sky Masters, don't you find it a little amusing to say that? Qing Huang answered calmly, and of course, his facial expression could not be seen under the mask, but his tone conveyed a dense impatience. The momentum of the Taoist sect is already set, and destruction is the only ultimate outcome. Apart from that, I can't think of any other force worth defecting from the organization for. Ouyang Chung Tao, the bald Dark Sky Master, said fiercely. Defecting is one thing, but to dare bring someone to sneak attack the headquarters, you no longer wish to live? You could have told me. I would have helped you on your journey. Don't drag me down. Oh right, the Alliance Hierarch ordered you and the Vice Alliance Hierarch to guard the headquarters, and you made it very clear at the time. If something went wrong, you would bring your head to him. Qing Huang began to laugh. Why don't you cut off your head now? I'll help you deliver it to the Alliance Hierarch. You're seeking death. The bald man spoke no more, leaped up, and turned into a white phantom, rushing towards Yu Hong and Qing Huang. His speed exploded instantly, far exceeding human limitations. Even the world's fastest sprinter couldn't imagine reaching such high speeds with the human body. The distance of more than a dozen meters passed in an instant. The bald man blinked as he rushed past Yu Hong's side, heading straight for Qing Huang. Compared to Yu Hong, an unknown opponent, he hated Qing Huang even more, the snitch. If not for his guidance, his own niece guarding the headquarters would not have been in trouble, would not have been burnt to death by those unidentified giant lizards. He was the one. All because of him. First, kill this trail-leading snitch, then crush the one with him into mincemeat. The rage in bald Ouyang Chengtao's heart was like a blazing flame, burning fiercely. Swoosh! Just then, a white glowing arm suddenly appeared in front of him. The arm turned into a light shadow and pressed down on his face, smashing downward. Boom! The metallic floor of the hall caved in and then cracked further, exploding downwards, creating a twisted hole with a diameter of several meters. Yu Hong withdrew his hand, dissipated the inner strength from it, his gaze indifferent. Not bad strength-wise. To gain something so soon after entering is quite good. Qing Huang glanced at Ouyang Chengtao lying on the floor below, his body covered in silver spirit light, being forcefully infiltrated. From this vantage point, Ouyang's bones had been broken by 80% in that single strike. Now, without the support of spirit light, he would likely die within 2 minutes. Alliance leader is awe-inspiring, considering how Ouyang was known in the Seven Evil Alliance for his formidable physique, immense strength, and his ability to withstand bullets or even small-caliber artillery shells with his techniques. Qing Huang felt chills. He reassessed the strength of Alliance leader Yu Hong. The extent of Alliance leader Yu's power has always been a mystery. He slays experts as if slaughtering chickens, but he has never confronted anyone of 7 fierce level or above. So Qing Huang was also unclear about his true capabilities. Let's go, look for the warehouse, and then see why your Vice Alliance hierarch has yet to show up. With the situation like this, it's impossible he hasn't noticed. Yu Hong wasn't sure before, but he completely understood now that top spiritual power masters also possess extremely terrifying perception, covering a broad range. It's impossible that they haven't noticed their intrusion. And the fact that he hasn't shown up by now clearly indicates another reason. I suspect that the Vice Alliance hierarch might have made a run for it in advance, Qing Huang speculated. Is that possible? The Seven Evil Alliance's Vice Alliance hierarch is so unreliable, Yu Hong asked in surprise. Alliance leader is unaware. The Vice Alliance hierarch of the Seven Evil Alliance is surnamed Zhao, with the given name Jingtan. This person has always been renowned for his strategic calculations. Although his strength is comparable to the Seven Evils, he prefers not to fight and likes to lay out plans in advance. If he truly wanted to make a move, he would either have already set a trap to wait for us, or he would have left early. There wouldn't be a third option, Qing Huang explained. Then let's not bother with him and speed up. Yu Hong activated perception sharing. Soon, he glanced down towards a spot on the floor. Over there. In a flash, he appeared on a different spot on the floor and stomped with his right foot. Bang! The floor collapsed, and he fell through an enormous hole created by his stomp. Seeing this, Qing Huang hurriedly propped up his spirit light and jumped down after him. He didn't possess such a powerful physique, and without the support of spirit light, jumping from a height of 5 or 6 meters would likely sprain his feet. As soon as he landed, he saw another large hole in the floor and immediately let out a wail, continuing to jump down. The next layer down. In an oval-shaped brown grand arena, groups of dragon lizards were battling fiercely with groups of black-robed, masked individuals. Various techniques and magic burst forth, striking the dragon lizards and forcing them to retreat. But the silver spirit light on the dragon lizards shone like a turtle shell, leaving the group of masked individuals at a loss. As soon as Yu Hong and Qing Huang landed, a series of gunshots exploded. Rain-like, high-powered modified bullets shot towards him from multiple directions. Clang, clang, clang. The bullets created a few ripples of white light on Yu Hong's body and were then blocked by the inner strength covering him. Go! Yu Hong looked towards the direction from which the bullets were coming. There were a few magicians who looked like small leaders. The masks of the ordinary black-robed individuals were black, while theirs were white. As Yu Hong's voice fell, clusters of transparent figures emerged from thin air and pounced towards them. Within a few breaths, those gun-wielding magicians were engulfed by the transparent figures and completely wrapped in a gel-like substance. The words and sounds they shouted were also twisted into different sound effects, and some even suffered severe coordination errors due to the mimicry of the figures, releasing completely opposite techniques and canceling each other out in midair. Yu Hong didn't look further and stepped forward, stomping on the ground. Boom! The floor exploded again. He continued to fall downward. On the next layer, a large silver metal machine stood tall in the spacious cylindrical hall. No sooner had Yu Hong landed than dozens of black-flamed metal arrows appeared in front of him. The arrows were not just in front but also behind him. At least half of the arrows had Temple Master level fluctuations. His eyes lit up, finally encountering the elites here. Immediately, his body shone with white light, turning into a translucent solid barrier. Clang, 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 clang. All the arrows struck him but did no damage. Yu Hong looked around. There were several individuals standing on the cleared area in front and back, draped in black robes with silver masks. The patterns on their masks were somewhat similar to those of Qing Huang's, but the main animal represented was different. Lion, tiger, bear, eagle, leopard, wolf, 6 kinds. 3 individuals stood in the front and 3 in the rear, forming 2 small arrays. Chapter 378. Unharmed. How is that possible? Yu Hong heard someone exclaim in shock. He landed lightly, his body drifting like a falling leaf, nimbly vanishing from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the 3 silver-faced individuals. Leading them was a silver-faced lioness, a woman who bizarrely wore a male lion mask. She had a graceful figure, and her robe was loosely draped, revealing a large expanse of creamy white skin across her chest, utterly mismatched with the ferocity of a lion. She reacted extremely quickly, noticing Yu Hong's approach and clapping her hands together, unleashing a circle of black light around her that transformed into a tangible wave of spiritual shock, attempting to push Yu Hong back. But when the shock wave hit Yu Hong's white light, it was ineffectual, instantly neutralized. Snap! Her neck was seized by Yu Hong's hand, countless beams of spirit light surging into her body like it cost nothing. The woman's body trembled and convulsed, feeling as if her physical qualities were skyrocketing like a rocket. However, before she could comprehend what was happening, the silver spirit light was rapidly siphoned away, and along with it, her entire life force, essence, chi, spirit. Hiss! Yu Hong held the silver-faced lioness by the neck, suspending her in the air, absorbing back the vast amounts of spirit light he had released. If the output of spirit light was 1, then the amount now being reabsorbed was 10. Having devoured the complete essence, chi, blood, flesh, and life force of a Temple Master level magician, this strand of spirit light was now enhanced by more than tenfold. As the last wisp of spirit light was reabsorbed, Yu Hong loosened his grip, letting the now withered, emaciated corpse drop to the ground. Clang, clatter. The silver lion mask rolled away, revealing an aged, shriveled, white face beneath the mask. The face resembled a mummified corpse, dead from desiccation, its flesh completely devoid of luster and moisture. The remaining 5 onlookers quickly widened the distance between themselves and Yu Hong, frightened. From the moment Yu Hong seized the silver-faced lioness to the instant he killed her, it all took just 2 seconds. It was like pouring water from one cup into another. They had just enough time to activate their defensive techniques to protect themselves. Then it was all over. Puff! Yu Hong casually dispersed a black fireball aimed at his eyes with one hand. No matter what technique, if it couldn't penetrate his inner strength defense, it was all in vain. You have 3 seconds, surrender or die. He scanned the remaining 5, sensing the intense fear emanating from them. Snap! Without a second word, the 5 of them dropped their weapons onto the ground, and those without weapons raised their hands and knelt down immediately. We surrender! We surrender! Instantly kneeling, Qing Huang, who had just leapt down enveloped in silver spirit light, couldn't help but cover his face in speechlessness at the scene. Such a loss of honor. Before his arrival, he had taken great care to remind Yu Hong to be cautious, and yet, the disciples of the Seven Evil Alliance had surrendered so quickly. He landed steadily and rose to his feet, observing the five already kneeling neatly before Yu Hong. Yu Hong flicked a finger, sending a strand of spirit light to each person, which clung to their bodies, and in the blink of an eye transformed into silver threads that burrowed into their skin and disappeared from view. "You handle them." Without further words, Yu Hong stomped his foot again. Boom! The ground once more exploded open, and he continued to plummet downwards. Qing Huang hurriedly gave the five a few instructions before following suit, jumping down 3 levels in succession. Finally, he saw Yu Hong's figure in a dark, oval-shaped chamber at the very bottom. At this moment, he was surrounded by numerous black and purple rune chains. At least hundreds of rune chains densely ensnared him, immobilizing him completely. On one side of the chamber's black walls stood a heavy, 3-meter-tall silver metal door, firmly set in place. On the other walls, mysterious patterns of 9 suns and 9 moons were each engraved. Surrounding the 9 suns and 9 moons, 4 magnificently carved 4-winged strange bird statues in black bronze were each knelt as if praying toward the sun and moon before them. Waves of immense spiritual fluctuations continuously spread out from them. Upon reaching this place, Qing Huang was shocked to discover that the collective spiritual power of these 4 statues, permeating this not-so-large space, was already far beyond his own spiritual power. It was an exaggerated spiritual strength that dwarfed his own by dozens of times. Like an ocean, faced with these densely packed strange bird statues, it felt like the terror and pressure he experienced when facing the 7 evils. What is this? Yu Hong was also observing the statues and patterns, clearly interested. Not sure, but it looks like it might have been personally arranged by Long Qingzi. Qing Huang speculated. How can you tell? Yu Hong looked toward him, awaiting an explanation. Ever since Long Qingzi defected from the primordial heavenly master mansion, the Taoist magic techniques he practiced have been unpredictable. Inside the Seven Evil Alliance, one often sees strange 4-winged black bird apparitions accompanying the release of his magic. I suspect that this might be some kind of special totem. Can you open this level of protection? Yu Hong asked. Don't joke about it. Qing Huang replied helplessly. At my level, if I input the wrong code, the next second, I'd be brain dead from the impact. Facing such a vast disparity of pure spiritual power, no technique would work. Yu Hong stopped talking, simply staring at these statues. In terms of spiritual power, he couldn't even compare with Qing Huang, so certainly he couldn't manage. Therefore, roar! Instantly, his body erupted with white light, his inner strength flaring up like flames reaching for the sky, burning fiercely. Facing the warehouse's metal door, he threw a fierce punch forward. As the punch traveled through the air, it was intercepted by a transparent force field emanated by the surrounding statues and patterns, solidifying his motions. But the transparent force field only held for an instant before it was forcibly shattered. Crack, 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 crack. Following a series of crisp sounds, Yu Hong's punch struck the center of the silver metal door. Everything came to stillness. Boom! The metal door burst inwardly, twisting and exploding, creating a circular hole. Inside the hole were stacks of blue plastic bins filled to the brim. The bins were labeled with various texts. Tao artifact, food, secret medicine, array, ancient books, exotic items, and more. Aside from these items, there was also a person who walked out slowly from the right side, greeting Yu Hong with a stiff smile and a cupped fist salute. I was wondering who it might be. It turns out to be Master Yu, the Alliance Hierarch of the Spirit Light Mutual Aid Alliance in person. My apologies for not greeting you from afar. How disrespectful. The person had blue hair cascading down to their shoulders, wearing a moon-white robe with a jade pendant at their waist, carrying twin swords on their back, like a combination of an ancient scholar and a knight-errant. Most crucially, this individual possessed delicate features, indistinguishable as male or female, and at a glance one could tell they must have undergone countless modifications. Their features were so refined they gave a terrifying, almost model-like impression. So it is Vice Alliance hierarch Zhao Jingtang. Qing Huang glanced at the dimming four-winged blackbird statue and immediately understood who activated this array. Young Qing Huang, it was you who brought such a distinguished guest as Master Yu to visit? I have long heard about Spirit Light and had wanted to visit Taizhou personally. But alas, my inability to travel has been a great regret. Now to my surprise, you have actually done me a great favor. Despite the unwavering rigidity of his face, his tone shifted quickly. You no longer need to feel regretful now. Yu Hong stretched out his hand, with a silver light glowing in his palm. Come. I am now giving you the opportunity to join our alliance. Zhao Jingtang's eyes sharpened, and he fell silent. Behind him, his hands were frantically forming seals, calculating a way to survive. However, no matter how he calculated, he saw not a sliver of hope in front of him at this moment. To fight or not, that was a choice. After a few breaths, his body relaxed. Since Master Yu has personally invited me, I am greatly honored. He bowed slightly and stretched out his hand, palm facing upward. Hiss! A streak of silver light shot out from Yu Hong's palm, landing precisely in his hand, then merged into his body like a living thing. All right, now we are all one family. Please trouble you to introduce me to what resources are in the warehouse. Yu Hong smiled slightly, feeling more relaxed in his heart. After all, I also need to understand how much reserves are still left on my ship. The other two were at a loss for words. It became his ship so quickly. This one is completely different from Long Qingzi. After a few breaths, the surviving 7 Evil Alliance experts who hadn't been killed were herded into the uppermost grand hall. Yu Hong casually scattered the spirit light into these people. Minutes later, the surviving 100+ elite magicians of the 7 Evil Alliance, including Vice Alliance hierarch Zhao Jingtang and Dark Sky Master Ouyang Qingtao along with the 5 masked magicians, all successfully completed the spirit light integration. From this point, the headquarters ship of the 7 Evil Alliance was thoroughly taken over. Yu Hong's plan to take advantage of their weakness was exceptionally successful. If Long Qingzi and the 7 Evils were still around, it wouldn't be so easy for him. An arduous and deadly battle would have been inevitable, and the outcome would not be certain, as nobody truly understood the specifics of Long Qingzi's capabilities. But now, with Qing Huang leading the way, everything was much easier. Next stop, Yu Hong headed straight for the convalescent clinic. Judging by the time, the progress there should mean that both Quan He Monarch and Taoist Golden Light and Lian Yun would have finished their bodily reconstruction. Quan He Monarch was the last one. Once all the experts at the clinic completed their transformations, the high-end power of the Mutual Aid Alliance would be greatly strengthened once more. For Quan He, one of the strongest at the top of the world, it was natural and appropriate for him, as the Alliance hierarch and a junior, to go and receive them in person to show importance. Asterisk. 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 On Fushou Mountain, the ceiling and sacrifice platform. A streak of golden light suddenly plummeted, fiercely crashing into the ground, splitting the land, and the golden light began to slowly dim and disappear. Su Chong, the heavenly master, looked pale and bloodless, holding a horsetail whisk, a Dao artifact, and knelt on the ground, unable to suppress a coughing fit. Seeing the flickering dim golden light beside him, he knew his time was running short. So be it. He looked up at Cui Yunfeng, who was fighting fiercely with Long Qing. Long Qing had used all his power, with a halo around him raging like the sun, with 4 black wings behind, fluttering continuously. Each sprint he made left behind a dense aura of shadowy afterimages. These afterimages would turn into 4-winged black birds, charging at Cui Yunfeng from every direction to self-destruct. The power of the self-destruction was no weaker than a formal technique of heavenly master level. Each explosion would tear open a terrifying wave in midair. Below the temple master level, none who dared to stay within 100 meters were untouched by this self-destructive force. their spirits would collapse in an instant, falling to the ground in a vegetative state. As for Zui Yunfeng, shadows of darkness, like ink, continuously spread behind him. The shadow grew larger and larger, and as time passed, it seemed to contaminate the surrounding world. He floated in midair, motionless, casually thwarting every attack flying towards him from Long Qing. Be it techniques or fists or inheritance Dao artifacts before him were all treated the same. With just a bare hand, everything would be corroded by the shadow, neutralized, dissipated. Heaven's cycle is everlasting. My heart remains forever pure, staying clear, without a single mark. Zui Yunfeng chanted a spell, his other hand swiftly forming seals, then pointing to the sky. Hiss! A golden light shot out from his fingertip, entering the sky. Wait! What are you trying to do? Su Chong suddenly remembered the function of this spell and roared with a drastic change in expression. I am breaking the barriers of the old era. Zui Yunfeng said softly, his eyes filled with clear anticipation. Crack! The sky turned rapidly dark. It was no longer just enveloped in fog, but utterly shifted from day to night. Streaks of white lightning crossed the canopy, thundering loudly. At this moment, within the 9 Sects Taoist sects, all of the remaining sky-stabilizing plates silently surfaced with extensive cracks. The cracks multiplied quickly, becoming dense. And then, crash! All the sky-stabilizing plates shattered simultaneously. Chapter 379. At the very moment all the sky-stabilizing plates shattered, the sky above the ceiling and sacrifice platform darkened. Come forth, pool of 10,000 spirits. Zui Yunfeng raised his hand high, his voice booming. In the sky above the three of them, new changes began to emerge once again. The instant the sky-stabilizing plates broke, an irregularly shaped pool flickering with colorful phosphorescence slowly emerged. The pool was only over 10 meters in length and width, like a tiny dot from this distance. Yet the radiance it emitted was enough to illuminate the mountains and lands within dozens of kilometers below. Under the glow, numerous insects swarmed out from underground, swarming into the air, as if stimulated by the light, and rushed towards this place. Now it's just you left. Zui Yunfeng lowered his head, looking at Long Qingzi floating in midair. I've let you loose for decades. It's time to come back, my catalyst. Long Qingzi was covered in wounds, and the purple light on his body also seemed much dimmer. But he showed no sign of panic. Instead, his eyes madly looked up. Teacher, do you really think your disciple has just been self-destructive all these years? Below him, countless insects turned into a black cloud, swiftly approaching him, seemingly ready to devour him and become the harbinger of the pool of 10,000 spirits' descent. But a mere spirit disaster, even without the sky-stabilizing plates, dare to act recklessly. With a flap of the 4 wings on his back, he flew upwards a distance. Buzz! In an instant, his hands came together in prayer, and suddenly a red jade pendant appeared in his palms, brightening with a dazzling red light. Spirit Domain Pocket World Jade. This was a special Dao artifact he had refined after decades of imitating the principles of the sky-stabilizing plate, drawing its power from a strand of divine intent from the Fun Tian Star Lord in heaven. However, the usage of this divine intent differed from the Inheritance Dao artifact. Instead, it was to be completely incinerated as fuel in a one-time fashion, combined with his own magic, to release the strongest blaze of fire. Towering waves of red light shone downward, wave after wave, instantly incinerating all the ascending insects and causing them to fall. It was as if the souls within the insects were instantly annihilated under this red light, completely perishing. You have no say in it. Zui Yunfeng's hand reached behind him and unexpectedly drew a sword completely red and with a phoenix as its guard, directly out of thin air. It was actually the Qi Shao sword of Ku Chan from Zai Palace. Spirit Realm Mortal Shadow. Instantly, a vast expanse of black shadows burst forth from his body, turning into phoenixes enwrapped in black flames, and rushed towards Long Qingzi. The black phoenix shadows and the red light were like 2 waves of different colors clashing in midair. The phoenixes were clearly much stronger, advancing rapidly forward, suppressing the red light. The two resumed their struggle. Despite Zhu Yunfeng being able to suppress Long Qingzi head-on, the latter was exceptionally elusive, always managing to use various means to avoid capture by the pool's insects at critical moments. The situation suddenly became somewhat stalemate. But Su Chong below, already rapidly weakening and coughing up blood, noticed something amiss. Lying on his back among the broken rocks on the mountaintop, his accumulated wounds began to erupt on a large scale. Something's wrong with the spirit disaster. Zhu Yunfeng, you shouldn't have destroyed the sky stabilizing plate. This world will suffer consequences. He finally began to worry about the source disaster. No need to worry. Once my wish is fulfilled, I will deal with the spirit disaster, black disaster, and restore everything to its original state, said Zhu Yunfeng coldly. By then, I will achieve immortality, and with the life of eternity, I will reshape the glory of the Taoist sect anew. Everything is under my control. But before that, some necessary sacrifices are needed. You're insane, Su Chong uttered with blood, his eyes gradually dimming. I just want to live the life I desire. Where lies the wrong? Zhu Yunfeng's expressionless face continued to watch Long Qingzi, whose avoidance was becoming increasingly difficult. Meanwhile, in a distant Yin-Chi sky pillar unnoticed by the three of them, with the shattering of all the sky stabilizing plates, a concealed black crack within the heavenly pillar began to rapidly spread, lengthening and widening. Within the crack, the giant Kai Jing Taoist slowly lifted his head, as if a certain suppressing bond had been released, and a gray halo slowly lit up behind him. That halo condensed into a ring, standing still. The already terrifying spiritual suppression on him climbed once more. If Yu Hong were here, he would see that the spiritual value on the multimeter from a distance had reached over 2 million. Not just that, the countless golden armor dragonmen behind the Kai Jing Taoist also saw their aura rise layer by layer, faint golden flames igniting around their armor. Crack. Suddenly, the Kai Jing Taoist quietly stretched out a large hand, pulling at the edge of the crack. Leaning forward, his body began to slowly shift out, as soon as a small part of his body emerged from the crack. Ah! Accompanied by a shrill scream like that of a baby. A wave of semi-transparent spiritual suppression burst forth from him, spreading from the crack, and with the crack as the center, it exploded violently. This suppressive force covered dozens of kilometers in the blink of an eye with the speed of light. Within a radius of dozens of kilometers, all creatures felt a sudden heaviness at that moment, ethereal heavenly music in their ears, and a strong, uncontrollable fear rose in their hearts, rendering them immobile. In the midst of the struggle, Zhu Yunfeng's expression shifted slightly, turning his head to look towards the direction of the crack. Long Qingzi also unwittingly stopped dodging, and the smile on his face became stagnant. What is that? Both had never seen such exaggerated spiritual suppression before. Such intensity had far exceeded the limits of their imagination. There's such a thing in the spirit disaster? Zhu Yunfeng furrowed his brows, slowly clenched his fists, his eyes showing for the first time a hint of shock and confusion over losing control of the situation. Asterisk. 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 Qianan Sanitarium. The underground life support hall. Yu Hong and Qing Huang, along with the newly joined former Vice Alliance hierarch Zhao Jingtang of the Seven Evil Alliance, the three quietly stood in the center of the hall, waiting for the final moment. It's coming. Suddenly, Yu Hong sensed the fluctuations of spirit light beginning to stabilize and slow down, understanding that this signified the final stage of bodily repair. He squinted his eyes, a strong yearning flickering within. His body leaned forward as he cupped one hand in the other before his chest in salute. Youngster Zhang Ro pays respect to the senior for returning to the peak, shining like the sun in the sky. Congratulations to the senior. The other two also hurriedly followed suit with the same gesture. Boo! A gentle breeze appeared out of nowhere, brushing past the three of them. Qing Huang and Zhao Jingtang had not yet grasped what had happened when they heard a certain voice. Thump! It sounded like the heavy beat of a war drum exploding in their minds. My heartbeat. A gentle young woman's voice echoed out of nowhere in their minds. Has never felt so young. Thump. The second heartbeat exploded anew. Rings of substantial shockwaves, with the underground hall of life as the center, instantaneously spread to the surroundings, rushing out of the sanatorium, rippling over large expanses of mountains, lakes, and highways like waves on water. Above the sanatorium, countless currents of air converged from nowhere, twisting and dancing, vaguely rolling up dust, and condensing into a massive yet indistinct crane. That crane stretched from heaven to earth, reaching heights beyond 10,000 meters. Its mere appearance set off a chorus, and as quickly as it emerged, it silently fragmented into countless strands of airflow that flew toward the sanatorium below. Countless strands of airflow slipped through every crack, quickly converging at the center of the underground hall. Thump! The third heartbeat. In an instant, everything within tens of kilometers returned to normal. The air currents dissipated, the life support system halted, and the doors of the room slowly opened. It was as though everything that had occurred was but an illusion. In this world, gains must always be accompanied by losses. A pleasant female voice floated from inside the door. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Below the cliff, in the depths of a pool, a figure that had been soaking for a long time slowly opened their eyes. He was tightly embracing a headless female corpse, standing at the bottom of the pool in darkness, lifting his head. Boom! A thunderous noise. The figure disappeared in place. A stream of white water surged upward, breaking through the water with a purple glow wrapping around it. Stepping through the air, flying towards the direction where the Qi Shao sword beckoned. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Beneath the pitch-black sky, one by one, black rifts appeared in the sky, from which countless swarming black insects emerged, resembling grains of sand. Those were the gates of despair of the Black Disaster, which could hardly wait to enter this world the moment the sky-stabilizing plate shattered. As for the largest black rift within the Yinqi sky pillar, it suddenly tore further open. The Kai Jing Taoist within the pillar slowly extended his upper body through the rift. By now, his stature had grown far larger than when he first appeared, with just the upper body alone rising tens of meters high. Accompanying his emergence was an incessant cacophony of sharp cries, resembling those of infants, that rang out wildly in the surroundings. No matter what you are, Taoist Zhui Yunfeng has ascetically practiced for 100 years, pursuing immortality. I absolutely cannot fail this final step. Zhui Yunfeng witnessed this scene, his expression unshaken, his eyes flashing with resolve. He raised the Qi Shao sword upright, and his body suddenly transformed its Taoist skills, switching to the inheritance skills of Zai Palace. Rings of purple-red flames ignited from his right arm, spreading to the Qi Shao sword. After years of cultivation, in pursuit of immortality and to break through to new levels, he not only practiced the Taoist skills of Zai Palace but also mastered those of the other 8 sects. A resounding phoenix cry echoed. Spiritual domain skyfire interplay. Swoosh! He lifted the Qi Shao sword high. Tremendous Tao breath madly flooded into it, weaving a transparent net that covered the entire Qi Shao sword and his body. Boom! 2 seconds later, the Qi Shao sword flew out of his hand, shooting into the sky, transforming into a blindingly bright purple-red phoenix that shot straight towards the Kai Jing Taoist. Wherever it passed, purple flames expanded and sparks scattered, igniting everything in its path into a trail of purple fire. As the purple fire phoenix neared the Kai Jing Taoist, the flames on its body became increasingly tumultuous as the distance closed. However, when the phoenix was less than 100 meters away, thump, 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 an intense drumming exploded. A tide of gold surged crazily from behind the Kai Jing Taoist. A large number of golden armor dragonmen flew out in neat formation, charging towards the phoenix. They raised their banners high, each inscribed with an immense, twisted, ancient, blood-red character. Some beat drums from behind, some waved signal flags in the middle, Others rode horses at the front. Clouds and fog enshrouded them, lifting the military array. A vast golden army, like a golden tide, crashed heavily against the incoming purple fire phoenix. Without a sound, the purple fire phoenix seemed to be swallowed whole, effortlessly torn apart by the army, dissipating into countless purple-red sparks. Chapter 380. What? Zhui Yunfeng witnessed this scene firsthand, never having seen such a spirit disaster before. Neither in the ancient books nor during the decades he had presided over the Taoist sect had any information mentioned such an exaggerated intensity of the spirit disaster. No, still there was someone. Suddenly, a piece of information he had previously read flashed through Zhui Yunfeng's mind. In the fringe Taoist sect, there was a new temple master of Qingchen Temple, who had repeatedly written letters warning the Taoist sect to be wary of the enormous destructive potential of spirit disaster and black disaster. The letters exaggeratedly claimed that if not taken seriously, both black and spirit disasters would lead to uncontrollable catastrophic disasters. The level of those disasters could even reach the extent of world annihilation. At the time, Zhui Yunfeng had glanced at the letters and then discarded them aside. World annihilation? With the sky stabilizing plate, with him present, what natural disaster could achieve world annihilation? Moreover, armed with so many large-scale lethal weapons. But now, Zhui Yunfeng suppressed a trace of regret in his heart. Rapidly forming handprints with both hands, Dao breath madly surged into the handprint. The shadow behind him violently wriggled, vaguely expanding and rapidly corrupting the surrounding large space. Sealing spirit domain, sky determining law. Several dark gold rune cylinders slowly emerged a few meters beside him. 9 dark golden rune cylinders altogether quickly formed a circular array around him. Crack. Fine golden electric arcs began to light up between the 9 cylinders, intertwining. Zhui Yunfeng raised the horsetail whisk high. The tremendous Dao breath split into 9 in a blink of an eye, injecting into the surrounding cylinders. Dense golden electric lights seemed to be summoning something, and in the void, a cold and majestic terrifying will began to slowly emerge, pouring into this world. Countless golden electric lights converged on Zhui Yunfeng's forehead, gradually forming a golden vertical pupil. Open! He shouted fiercely, and the golden vertical pupil shot towards the distant Kai Jing Taoist. Hiss! A brilliant golden light burst from the vertical pupil, carrying an inexplicable divine and authoritative judgment will, its intensity several times greater than Zhui Yunfeng himself, and struck directly at Kai Jing Taoist. Puff! Kai Jing Taoist looked up. The colorful light on his head trembled, hit squarely by the golden light, spattering some fragments. But that was it. Zhui Yunfeng's full-strength strike only resulted in a few fragments on his adversary. Nothing more. How is this possible? Zhui Yunfeng widened his eyes, unable to imagine that his century of hard-earned magic, invoking the divine intent of heaven, could possibly— Before he could recover, a sharp cry of a baby rang out explosively around him. Kai Jing Taoist gently pointed towards him. A speck of colorful light flew out from his fingertip, then disappeared into a black hole in midair. When it reappeared, it was already beside Zhui Yunfeng. Bang! The colorful light hit the target squarely, completely enveloping Zhui Yunfeng. A second later, the colorful light dispersed. Zhui Yunfeng, covered in blood, fell helplessly from a height. Long Qingzi and Su Chong lying below looked at this scene in disbelief. Just a moment ago, Zhui Yunfeng, the strongest who had perfectly dominated and suppressed both of them unscathed, couldn't even block a casual flick from the adversary. This is what you wanted. Is this the result you wanted? Recovering, Su Chong shouted angrily. Ha 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 ha. Long Qingzi, however, laughed bizarrely. He slowly landed, looking up at the just-fallen Zhui Yunfeng. Look, isn't this perfect? Strength rules everything. No one truly holds everything. Even a master as strong as ours has human limits. You! Su Chong thought his opponent had gone mad. Before he could speak again, that Kai Jing Taoist pointed at Long Qingzi again. Colorful light burst out, disappearing into the black hole. When it reappeared, it was already behind Long Qingzi. Puff! He was markedly inferior to Zhui Yunfeng, frozen by immense spiritual suppression the moment the colorful light appeared, unable to move or dodge. The light covered half his body on the spot, with countless threads of colorful light drilling out like worms, trying to pierce his body. But they were forcefully blocked by the massive purple light that erupted from Long Qingzi. He threw back his head, laughing, his hands forming seal. Sealing Spirit Domain Red Ridge. In an instant, centered around him, all space within dozens of meters manifested semi-transparent vague contours. A piece of red mountains appeared out of thin air in a miniaturized form, descending around him. This patch of red mountains appeared only for a moment, punctured by the colorful light threads in a blink, and collapsed. But this momentary blockage was enough for Long Qingzi to escape. His light wings vibrated at his back, transforming into purple light flying towards the distance. Delighted. Today is truly delightful. Master, you wanted to achieve immortality, right? Look, true immortality has come, descended. You must be very happy, right? Why not hurry up and surrender? He laughed loudly as he quickly fled into the distance. Zhui Yunfeng's body at this moment heavily smashed onto the ground, bizarrely shattering completely like porcelain. This scene was witnessed by Su Chong. Porcelain substitution technique. Swoosh! Zhui Yunfeng's figure slowly materialized beside Su Chong and quickly solidified. He looked down and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale, gasping heavily, and he looked up at the Kai Jing Taoist and the massive Golden Army array emerging behind him. It seems I underestimated the hazards of the spirit disaster. His eyes returned to their usually calm and undisturbed state. But anyway, I only have less than a year of life left, you. Before he could finish, he paused suddenly, seeing the Kai Jing Taoist and the Golden Army array floating away, heading towards Tongning City, which was closest to the sealing and sacrifice platform. I remember the spirit disaster. It can evolve itself by devouring souls, right? He suddenly said. I have never encountered such a strong spirit disaster before. It should be.
Su Chong sai.
That direction, is that Tongning City? What's the population? 500,000? 700,000? Zhui Yunfeng asked. 3 million. Su Chong replied. Tongning City, with a permanent population of 3 million, and a floating population of 1 million. His voice trembled. Zhui Yunfeng slowly stood up straight, and a black shadow wriggled and emerged behind him, transforming into a black cloud, supporting his body. Whoosh! In an instant, he turned and ran, flying in the opposite direction of Tongning City and quickly disappearing into the sky. Zhui Yunfeng, you won't die a good death. Su Chong was stunned, then immediately burst into rage, mustering his remaining strength to shout. Now the only way is to seize Long Qingzi, letting him be my catalyst, complete the ritual, descend into the pool of 10,000 spirits to elevate myself to strength sufficient to confront and resolve everything. Zhui Yunfeng's indifferent voice rang out again. If it weren't for you, I would have already completed the final ritual and achieved the eternal body. If it weren't for your disruption, things wouldn't have gotten to this point. You're distorting the truth. Su Chong spat out another mouthful of blood, his eyes gradually becoming vacant. He was too severely injured. The fact that he had held on till now was already due to his strong foundation, and now infuriated by Zhui Yunfeng, seeing him cause a great disaster and still unrepentantly blaming others for not cooperating with his rush to complete such twisted logic. Su Chong was so angry that his last breath was forcibly choked out. But by this time, Zhui Yunfeng's figure was no longer visible. This first heavenly master, who had caused such a great calamity, had turned and run at the first opportunity. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Qianan Sanatorium. The life support system stopped running. The long-sealed room door was slowly opened. A slender arm as white as lotus root gently reached out, pushing the door open. Whoosh! An immense spiritual pressure, invisible yet as overwhelming as the sun, covered the three outside for an instant, then swiftly retracted, as if afraid of harming them, completely disappearing. The three felt as if they were small boats in the ocean, at that moment, as if the other party could easily overturn their thoughts with a mere flicker of intention. Only Yu Hong, from beginning to end, covered his whole body with inner strength. Although shocked by Quan He Monarch's terrifying spiritual power, the spirit light combined with the cosmic divine light and his inner strength gave him robust confidence. Now that the door was open, he was also quite curious about what Quan He Monarch, restored to her original peak state, had become. The door slowly opened wider. A woman with long hair wearing a moon-white Taoist robe quietly appeared before the three. Her black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, simply pinned up with a plain wooden hairpin. Her wide Taoist robe fluttering, loosely enveloping her body, her face delicate and soft, with a gentle and kind smile. If she were not wearing a Taoist robe but casual home clothes, she would seem like the big sister next door, completely approachable. "Did I scare you?" Quan He Monarch smiled as she walked out of the room, barefoot, stepping softly on the polished floor. It seemed she was carefully experiencing a sensation she had not felt in many years. "Not at all." Qing Huang hurriedly returned from their shock, bowing respectfully. "I have taught many people the spirit light secret skill, but among so many people only Quan He Monarch has transformed the most." Yu Hong was also deeply shaken. This spirit light secret skill in the hands of the person before him was not merely about normal restoration. It was truly rejuvenation. This effect, those unaware would think he was offering some elixir of immortality. I was also curious for a moment, slightly studied the essence of spirit light secret skill, and then added some of my own techniques into it. Quan He spoke softly. The effect has changed from simply amplifying and restoring to also rejuvenating. Of course, it's just a small modification. You don't mind, do you? Of course not. What could Yu Hong say? A venerate of this stature, even modifying a black mark-enhanced spirit light secret skill was simply too extraordinary. Quan He carefully examined herself. "This is my state when I was 25. Borrowing spirit light to return to this time really wasn't easy." Yu Hong was speechless. He felt he and the other were not practicing the same secret technique. "Don't mind it. If you wish to learn later, I can teach you." Quan He smiled, noticing his thoughts. "Thank you, senior." Yu Hong hurriedly bowed. "Don't always say senior. Look how young I am now, you should call me sister," Quan He sternly said. Yu Hong felt that not only was the body rejuvenated, but the mindset had become younger as well. "All right, sister." He saw her expression begin to harden slightly and quickly blurted out. "And these two, I haven't seen them before, but since they have also joined my Spirit Light Mutual Aid Alliance, we are one family. You both understand what the extraction of Spirit Light leads to." Quan He's gaze turned briefly to Qing Huang and Zhao Jingtang, who were trembling at the side. "But after all, they are also two capable individuals. Making do with them will work." She saw the two squeezing out ingratiating smiles like quails in front of her, feeling suddenly uninterested. She then turned her head towards the entrance. Two massive presences were rapidly moving in this direction. Great timing to stretch the legs. "I didn't expect my teacher to come out of seclusion so quickly." A robust male voice reached them before the figure. "Little Lien Yun and little Golden Light?" Quan He smiled, pointing with her finger. Everyone instantly saw the surroundings blur, and suddenly they were no longer in the underground life support hall but inside the ground-level sanatorium yard. Before anyone could react to what was happening, they saw Quan He Monarch covering her mouth, an apologetic look on her face. "Sorry. Habitually altered the perception to teleport here. An old bad habit, always hard to change." Yu Hong looked around and then at the innocent-faced Quan He Monarch. He always felt something was off,